Hello and welcome to Express.js full course by MindMajix. When it comes to building modern web applications, developers need tools that are fast, scalable, and efficient. That's where Express.js shines. It's a lightweight yet powerful web application framework for Node.js that simplifies the entire process of creating the robust backend applications and the APIs. In this full course, we will start with the basics of Node.js and setting up Express, then dive into middleware, handling requests and responses, REST APIs, and connecting with databases. Finally, we will explore real-world projects to help you gain hands-on experiences. By the end of this course, you will have the confidence and practical knowledge to build and deploy applications with Express.js. Express.js developers and backend engineers can earn between 5 to 8 lakh rupees per annum in India, depending on experience. Since Express.js is a part of One and Mean stacks, it opens doors to high-demand roles in full stack and backend development across startups and enterprises. And if you want to learn paid Express.js course with certification, then check out our course, where we will cover latest industry curriculum, hands-on projects, labs, mock interviews, and more. Before moving ahead, I want you guys to like, share, and subscribe to our channel so you never miss any courses and tutorials from us. Now let's get started with our Express.js full course.
Hey, welcome to MindMajix. As part of our Express.js training, today I'm going to talk about what is Express.js and what exactly Node, why Express.js is required, and how to set up the environment to work with Express.js and one simple application development. I mean to say, hello world application development. Okay, so Express.js, which is one of the leading technology in the current IT market, Express.js can be used to implement web applications. Either it may be single page applications or any hybrid applications. Okay. Basically, nowadays, by using JavaScript, we are doing some miracles actually, right? So I mean to say, by using mean or man stack, most of the companies prefer to implement their applications by using mean or man stack actually. So either mean or man. So in that, Express.js is the mandatory one actually. I meant to say, if you want to implement the application, for that, Express.js is the prerequisite one. So what exactly Express.js? Express.js is the open source web framework. I mean to say, which is used to implement web applications actually, but it is available at free of cost actually. I mean to say, you don't need to purchase it. It's an open source. And one more thing is actually, it is available as a simple module actually. We don't need to download any software. We just need to install this Express.js in our application at the time of development, any application. Okay. And the current version current version is 4.x actually. I mean to say 4.17. And our Express.js applications basically run on the platform using Node.js actually. Because I mean to say, when you are ready to run any application, like any JavaScript server-side code, I mean to say, at that time, Node.js is the mandatory software actually. I mean, so you need to install the Node.js software in your machine. And the creator of this Express.js application is Express.js software. The person name is TJ Holovacek. The person name is the creator. And for getting the documents of Express.js, you can visit www.expressjs.com. Okay. So I'm just going to show you what exactly this expressjs.com. See that you can get more information about Express.js here. Okay, so Express.js, see there, hello API documentation. The first of all, it is used to implement any kind of just web applications, as well as you can able to implement some APIs, as well as the performance point of view. Express.js is giving good scalability when compared to other technologies. And one more thing is, many popular frameworks are based on Express actually. So here we are just going to implement the programs or applications by using this API documentation. See there, this contains all the information with a lot of methods actually. I mean to say Express method, Express JSON, or express.static, router, URL encoder. And in terms of application development point of view, basically we are going to write the logic. A simple logic is like this one. Okay, and at the same time, we'll get lot of methods actually, like app dot locals, mount path, route, and in terms of events point of view, the methods are actually like all method, delete method, disable method, enable, all these methods actually. All this is about the API documentation. I mean to say, whatever your requirement is there, all is predefined things are available. We just need to habituate this API documentation and we can able to implement the applications actually. Okay. So what is the full form of API? Application Programming Interface. I mean to say, whenever you are trying to implement the applications by using Express.js, basically we are writing programs, right? To make it as an application. So in that one interface, in the meantime, one interface is there. This is the interface basically. So we are going to work with different methods of this one actually as per our requirement. For example, when we are working with any request object, so how to send the request by using get method, or what are the properties? I mean, so sometimes we are going to use request.app or base URL or body, request.cookies, fresh. All these are the method, I mean to say, the properties of the request object actually. Based on our requirement, we are going to use different properties. And based on our requirement, we are going to use different methods also actually. Okay, different methods. All these are the properties. At the same time, see there, for example, if you want to pass any information, at that time we are just going to use request.get, so which is used to send the URI information, I mean endpoint information from client to server actually. Okay, so what my point is actually, so in this website expressjs.com, so you will get all the packages, and I mean to say all the properties of every object. I mean it's a request or response or whatever it may be. So every object contains a lot of properties. I mean, so see there, for the response, the properties are, these are the properties like response.app, header sent, locals, and when it comes to methods point of view, append method, attachment, cookie, okay, and some more methods are download, end method, format method. All these are the methods actually. Along with the properties, every object contains some properties as well as some methods are there. So by using these things, we are going to implement the applications, right? And after that one, okay, before moving into the Express.js in detail, first of all, we need to recap our Node.js knowledge. So what exactly Node.js? Node.js is a server-side JavaScript runtime environment for developing web applications like JSP, PHP, ASP, etc. I mean to say, initial days actually, we are using JavaScript only for client-side validation actually, or we are using to generate some reports actually. But nowadays, we are doing miracles with the help of JavaScript. Especially Node.js, we are able to write server-side logic. I mean to say, in Java, .NET, or PHP, whatever it may be, if you want to execute a server-side logic, you need to work with some traditional web servers or application servers like Tomcat, WebLogic, whatever it may be. I mean to say, along with the Java or along with .NET, you need to have some knowledge on web server or application server, like how to deploy your web application and how to run your application, what exactly the server, what are the responsibilities of that one, all this one, because we are working with some traditional servers. Okay, but here the beauty of Node.js is actually we no need to work with any third-party servers. And one more thing is we no need to download any software. We no need to install any server software. So we are just going to create the server information with only the 2 lines of simple code actually. Okay, 2 lines of simple code. So even though that's the reason I'm saying that. So if you want to run the server-side logic of JavaScript, you just need to install Node.js software. So Node.js is by default a server-side JavaScript. It's a runtime environment. Node.js is not the technology, it's a runtime environment, which is used to run your web applications, like same as Java, I mean, it's a JSP, servlets, or PHP applications. Just like that, here also we are going to run the applications actually. Okay. And one more thing is it's a open source actually. Node.js software also open source. You don't need to purchase. You can download at free of cost through internet, and it is cross-platform. I mean to say it can able to support different platforms. I mean to say you can able to work with the Windows platform or any Linux platform, Mac operating system, whatever it may be. And it can able to support, I mean, it can easily integrate with other technologies also actually. Okay. So this Node.js platform can be run their applications by using Google Chrome JavaScript V8 engine. I mean, so this is the internal engine actually. So Google Chrome JavaScript V8 engine. By using that one only, we are going to run our web applications. I mean, any application, not only web application. When we are running and when we are working with any standalone application or any server-side logic, actually, we are able to run those applications by using internally the Node.js environment will use Google Chrome's JavaScript V8 engine to run our applications actually. Okay. And one more point is Node.js was developed by Randall in the, I mean, so and other developers. So they are working at Joinet. The company name is Joinet actually. Okay. So these are the, I mean, Randall is the team leader and other people also working for implementing the Node.js software. And the first version of Node.js software was released in the year 2009, and it supports only for the Linux operating system. So there is no, I mean, at that time, initial days, there is no support for Windows or Mac operating system actually. So after keep on working on that, actually, again, they released one more version in the year 2011. So that is Windows version was released in that year actually. Okay. And one more thing is it is used to build fast and scalable networking applications actually, as well as data intensive real-time web application. So what is mean by data intensive real-time application actually? I mean to say, especially when we are working with e-commerce website, I mean to say, for example, Amazon, Flipkart, just like that, if any e-commerce website is entered into the market, we can't say that actually whether that application is going to click or not actually. I mean to say, if the application is clicked, then what happened? So there may be more and more, I mean, thousands, I mean, millions of users are trying to register in that one to handle that kind of data. So that may be possible with the help of only Node.js. So the Node.js can able to handle that information actually. And especially to implement some kind of networking applications also, it will help you. Okay. And it is also used to develop IO intensive web application. What is mean by IO? I mean to say input output stream oriented application actually. Okay. For that also basically we are working with Node.js actually. Okay, like video streaming sites, single page applications, all these things. Nowadays, most of the companies who are using this Node.js technology, like eBay company, okay, I mean, say Facebook, all these companies are working with this Node.js platform to implement their applications. Okay, GoDaddy, all these companies. So internally, how and one more thing, actually, I forgot one more point. Node.js is a single-threaded technology, even though it can run the applications just like multi-threaded technology. How it's possible? Because here, internally, it supports event loop mechanism. Actually, I mean to say, see there, as I already told you, our Node.js applications internally run with the help of JavaScript V8, JavaScript V8 engine. See there are two memory areas. One is heap, another one is stack. So whatever the logic you are trying to execute, I mean, say the logic is nothing but basically we are just going to keep it into some methods, right? So assume that this M1, M2, M3 are the methods actually, M1, M2, M3. So this is used to implement some logic, is used to execute some logic. So these methods are stored into the stack. And what happened after that? These methods are going to execute, I mean, they are going to add to the event queue by using event loop actually. So these three methods are going to store into here in the event queue. And this event loop can execute one by one method actually. So internally, there is one asynchronous library, this Node.js, whatever the methods are there, all the methods are by default asynchronous asynchronous library. So this library is going to execute these methods one by one actually. If in case anything which causes, I mean to say, looping actually, I mean to say, there may be taking more time to execute any loop, then what happened? It is going to be stored into memory a thread pool, and after that, once the execution is continued, I mean, if any method taking more time, I mean, it's a blocking, then what happened? It never passed the execution in that. It blocked the code, and after that, I mean, it's not going to block. It's non-blocking mode. It is going to execute. I mean to say the remaining operations, whatever are there, it is going to execute those methods. Then what about the blocking method actually? So the blocking method will be identified with the help of event loop mechanism. So once the process is completed, again, it is going to go back and execute that method actually. Okay. So that's the reason all these event loop mechanism can be performed with the help of callback mechanism. Callback mechanism. See there, here, trigger callback. Trigger callback. Okay. So that is the story of Node actually. I mean to say Node.js is an open source, cross-platform, runtime environment that allows the developers to create all kind of server-side tools and applications in JavaScript actually. So the runtime is intended for use outside of a browser context. I mean to say that is running directly on a computer or server operating system actually. So as the environment omits browser-specific JavaScript APIs and support for more traditional operating system APIs, including HTTP and file system libraries. Okay. I mean to say, from a web server development perspective, Node has a number of benefits. Web server development perspective, Node has a number of benefits. What are those? The first one is great performance. I mean to say, Node was designed to optimize throughput and scalability in web application and is a good solution for many common web development problems like real-time web applications. Okay. And one more benefit is actually the code is written in plain old JavaScript. I mean to say the JavaScript knowledge is enough to implement the server-side logic, which means it takes very less time to spend, I mean, so dealing with the context shift between languages when you are writing both client side as well as server side code actually. And one more feature is JavaScript is a relatively new programming language and benefits for improvement, I mean, from improvements in language design improvements in language design when compared to other traditional web server languages. I mean to say Python, PHP, etc. Many other new popular languages compile or convert into JavaScript. So you can also use TypeScript or CoffeeScript or ClojureScript or LiveScript, etc. Okay. And one more benefit is the Node package manager. Along with the Node.js installation, actually the NPM will be installed automatically. So the NPM full form is called Node package manager, which is provide access to hundreds and thousands of reusable packages. Basically, we called it as dependencies or libraries or jar files, whatever it may be in general application development. But when it comes to mean or man stack application development, when we are working with Node.js or Express.js point of view, basically we are going to get every module, every package as a module by using the tool npm Node package manager. Okay. So it also has built-in class dependency relation and can also be used to automate most of the build locations. I mean, build tool chains actually. Okay. And one more thing is Node.js is portable. It is available on Microsoft Windows. It is available on Mac operating system. It is available on Linux operating system, Solaris operating system, FreeBSD, OpenBSD, web operating system, and non-stop operating system. Okay. I mean to say it will supported by many web hosting providers that often provide specific infrastructure and documentation for hosting node sites actually. Okay. And one more feature is actually It has a very, very active third-party ecosystem and developer community with lots of people who are willing to help actually. Lots of people who are willing to help. Okay. So that's the reason you can use Node.js to create simple web server using the Node HTTP package. I mean to say, every server contains basically one IP address as well as port number, right? One IP address as well as one port number. So here we can able to create the IP address as localhost. And one more thing is actually for in terms of port point of view, we are just going to write for simple method that is listen method with your specific port number. I mean, so your wish, you can pass any port number, not a problem. Either it may be 3000 or 4000 or 8080, whatever it may be, not a problem actually. Okay. So by using that IP address and as well as the port number, our application is able to run. Or if you want to run this application remotely, for example, if the application is implemented in your machine and some other person is trying to access your application, then instead of the local host, you need to pass your IP address. So that only the person can able to communicate your IP address as well as port number, then he can able to access your application. So that is the story of Node.js. But here we are talking about Express.js actually. So Express.js is basically a framework, right? Express.js is the most popular Node web framework and is underlying library for a number of other popular Node frameworks. So Express.js is the most popular Node web framework because nowadays, I already told you, most of the IT companies are preferred to implement their application with the help of mean or man stack actually. In that, Express.js is playing main key role actually. So that's the reason it's the most popular Node web framework and is the underlying library for a number of other popular Node web frameworks actually. And Express.js is a web application framework that provides you with a simple API to build websites, web apps, and backends. I mean to say, when you are implementing any Express.js applications, I already told you we have some API documentation. In that API documentation, for every object, there are some predefined properties and predefined methods. So what is our work actually? As a developer, when we are trying to implement any applications with the help of Express.js, then we just need to take the support of the predefined properties of any object or predefined methods of any object. And here, one thing is actually not only web application, you can able to implement some simple APIs as well as backends also. That's what I'm saying. I mean, so you can able to implement some middleware APIs also actually, RESTful APIs also actually. Okay. And one more thing is it provides us the tools that are required to build our app. I mean to say, when you are implementing any Express application, basically for every web application, there is just some skeleton, right? I mean to say, for example, if you are working on Java, then we need to follow some structure. I mean to say where we need to keep HTML files, where we need to keep the server code, where we need to keep images, where we need to keep the cascading style sheets, where we need to keep the database related schemas, and where we need to keep the config details, all these things, right? I mean to say for every web application, there is a structure, there is some skeleton. So here also in the Express.js web application development also, we need to follow this structure. We need to create some skeleton to implement the application. But the one thing is actually in here, the Express.js is going to provide the tools which are required to build our app. I mean to say here some predefined, some inbuilt tools are there in Express.js application, which is used to generate Express web application structure automatically. Automatically, like by using Express generator or Yeoman, all these things are for the same purpose actually. I mean to say, what exactly the web framework? So when it comes to any other common web development tasks or not directly supported by Node itself, right? I mean to say, if you want to add specific handling for different HTTP webs, like get method, post method, delete method, etc., separately, handle requests at different URL paths. We call it as basically rules. and serving the static files, or use the templates to dynamically create the response. Okay. So Node won't be much use on its own. You will either need to write the code yourself, or you can avoid reinventing the wheel of use of a web framework. So that's the reason. I mean, so what my point is actually, by using Node only, we can't implement the application actually with the proper skeleton. So that's the reason. What the suggestion is actually, along with the Node.js, we are going to use the Express.js to implement web application. But Node.js is just like work. I mean, work as a backend environment. I mean, it's a runtime environment which is used to run your applications actually. And one more thing is Express.js is flexible as there are numerous modules available on NPM which can be directly plugged into Express. I mean to say when you are working with Express and as per your requirement, there are number of packages are available. There are number of modules are available actually. We just need to install those things with the help of simple command like npm install. And we can easily, I mean, we can directly plug those into the Express actually. And Express.js is maintained by the Node.js Foundation and numerous open source contributors. I mean to say, Express.js maintained by the Node.js Foundation and numerous open source contributors. I already told you that Express.js applications are run on the Node.js runtime environment, and it is also support for number of other third-party frameworks actually. I already told you that Express.js is the motto of the number of many other frameworks actually. I mean to say, Express.js is the most popular Node web framework, and it is the underlying library for a number of other popular Node web frameworks actually. Okay. And here the point is actually it is going to provide different environments also for us. Like for example, we can able to write some handlers for request with different HTTP webs. As I already told you, with different URL paths, we call it as route. I mean to say we can able to movement from one page to other page with the help of different routes. At that time, we are going to use some HTTP webs like get method, post method, put method, delete method, all these things. And at the same time, here we are going to integrate the view rendering engines in order to generate response by inserting data into templates. I mean to say, when you are ready to implement any web application in the MVC pattern, I mean, it's a model view architecture pattern. When in terms of viewpoint of view, basically we are going to work with, I mean, say many template engines. So here in our Express application can easily integrate the view, so that can be rendering engines in order to generate the responses by inserting data into HTML. I mean, so any templates actually. Either it may be EJS template engine or Pug or handlebars, okay, or J template engine, whatever it may be actually. Okay. And one more thing is we can able to set common web application settings like the port to use for connecting and the location of templates that are used of, I mean, that is are used for rendering the response. Okay. And one more thing is there you can add some additional requests that can be processing middleware at any point within the request handling pipeline actually. Okay. I mean to say, while Express itself is fairly minimalist, actually, developers have created compatible middleware packages to address almost any web development problem. Actually, there are libraries to work with cookies, sessions, user login point of view, URL parameters point of view, post the data point of view, security concerns point of view, and many more. So I mean to say you can able to know about all these things. I mean, so at the time of middleware packages, okay, that can be maintained by the Express team. Okay, we call it as Express middlewares actually. Okay, and why we need to use Express? Already Node.js is there. Again, why they implemented Express.js? Why did Node and Express come from? Because Node was initially released for Linux only in 2009. The npm package manager was released in the year 2010, and native Windows support was added in the year 2012 actually. I mean, so basically they released that version in 2011, the Windows supported version, but the native, so native Windows support was added in the year 2012 actually. At the time of writing the current LTS, long-term stability, the versions actually, we called it as current LTS releases in Node version 12.18, while the latest release is Node 14. Now the latest version is Node 14.13. So here, this is, the Node.js version 4.13 is a teeny snapshot of a rich history actually. So Express was initially released in November 2010 and is currently the version is 4.17 as I already told you, okay. But 5.0 is trying to implement as a alpha version actually, even though you can use that one also, but still our Node.js will support, with the Express.js version 4.17 actually, okay. And one more thing is the Node.js can be used only as a runtime environment. We are unable to implement the applications with the help of Node.js. So that's the reason Express.js comes to the picture, real-time picture actually. So by using Express.js, we can implement the web application actually. And we can overcome, so we can do the lot of benefits, whatever the whatever the things are there at the time of application development. Just like in other technologies, the same thing happened in Express.js also with the simple modules, and implementing the code is very easy. At the same time, compared to other technologies, the Express.js is giving more scalability. So performance wise is good actually, okay. How popular are Node and Express actually? Why we need to use Node and Express? Why they are more popular nowadays? The popularity of web framework is important because it is an indicator of whether it will continue to be maintained actually, and what resources are likely to be available in terms of documentation, add-on libraries, and technical support. Keep on adding the new changes actually. And there is not any readily available and definitive measures of the popularity of server-side frameworks. So although you can estimate popularity using mechanisms like counting the number of GitHub projects and Stack Overflow questions for each platform actually. Why? Whether the simple question is actually Node and Express are popular enough to avoid the problems of unpopular platforms. Just like implementing the applications with some traditional web servers as well as some other technologies actually. Instead of that, we can able to implement the web application by using simple JavaScript technology. So that's the reason actually what my point is actually nowadays the Express is the most popular web framework, which is very useful to implement web applications actually. Is Express.js is really useful? Yes, Express.js is really useful to implement the web application by just writing the code with the help of only JavaScript actually. JavaScript knowledge is enough to implement the applications by using Express.js. So to say whatever the opinionated frameworks are those with opinions without the right way to handle any particular task actually. They often support rapid development in a particular domain. To say solving problems of a particular type, because the right way to do anything is usually well understood and well documented. Am I right or not? However, they can be less flexible at solving the problems outside their main domain and tend to offer fewer choices for what components and approaches they can use. So unopinionated frameworks is nothing but have a fewer restrictions on the best way to glue components together to achieve the goal, or even what components should be used. They make it easier for developers to use the most suitable tools to complete a particular task. To say Express.js is opinionated and is a very useful framework actually. You can insert almost any compatible middleware you like into the request handling chain in almost any order you like actually. You can structure the app in one file or multiple files, or using any directory structure. You may sometimes feel that you have too many choices actually. As I already told you, whatever the skeleton is required for implementing the Express.js web application. So that is your choice actually. For example, if you want to create all the skeleton manually, you can do it. Or otherwise, if you want to work with any tools which is supported by the Express, then you can use the tool support also, just like Express Generator, Yeoman, all these are used to generate the skeleton of Express.js application automatically. Okay. Otherwise, you can able to work with the, so based on either it may be two-tier application or three-tier application, you can create the folders or you can create the files as per your requirement. Actually, that's what I'm saying. Okay. So why Express.js is more popular? Because as I said, there are many features. I'm just going to talk about what exactly the features of Express.js. The first feature of Express.js is, let's say, so we can able to set up the middlewares in order to respond HTTP or RESTful request actually. To say, we can able to add any type of middlewares, just like third-party middlewares or any error handling middlewares. Okay, so we can able to set it actually, and we can simplify the web application development actually. Okay, and after that, I'm just going to focus on the next feature, that is the routing. It's a web application is nothing but it is not a single page, right? So web application is nothing but it contains many pages. So once the user entered into our website, he's trying to open different pages, right? He's trying to movement or routing from one page to another page. And here also we need to give the facility of routing, and the person can able to move from one page to another page in our web application. So then it is possible to define a routing table in order to perform different HTTP operation. To say, if the user is trying to get any information, basically we are just going to work with the HTTP webs like get method, and we are going to specify the endpoint actually. So based on that endpoint, the user can able to routing from different pages. Or if any posting or if any push data requirement is there, basically we are going to work with the post method. If any update related thing we need to do, then we can work with the put method. If any delete operation is required, we are going to work with the delete method. To say, for routing also very simple in Express.js web application, we just need to work with the HTTP webs. HTTP different webs operation actually. Okay. And one more thing is here to design the view pages actually. So those view pages can be rendered, dynamically render HTML pages based on the passing arguments to templates. So routing is nothing but in case actually from one page to we need to render into some other server logic. Otherwise, we need to render into some other HTML pages. To say view components actually. So there also we can able to render it dynamically. So dynamically render the HTML pages based on the passing arguments to the templates actually. So in the template, whatever the name, whatever the template engines we are using for our application development, based on setting the view engine, we can able to render into the specific template page actually. That specific view component, and it gives high performance when compared to other technologies. To say, Express prepares a thin layer. It's not a thick layer actually. It's a thin layer. Therefore, the performance is advocate, because in Express.js application, we are able to implement MVC application and very easy components by supporting of different modules. So dependencies. Okay, that's the reason when compared to other technologies, actually, when Express.js is giving good performance actually. And one more thing is when you are working with Express.js, you can easily integrate with any database actually. So in terms of database support, you can communicate with any RDBMS like Oracle or MySQL. And the same way, you can able to communicate with NoSQL databases like MongoDB, CatchDB, all these things actually. But the only thing is, when you are trying to communicate from your Express.js application to any database, either it may be RDBMS, either it may be NoSQL, not a problem. Whatever it may be, you just need to focus on only the driver, because the driver is the interface between your application to database server actually. And one more feature is MVC support. To say, the full form of MVC is Model View Controller Support. So here, the Express.js application, you can organize the entire web application of Express into an MVC architecture. I mean to say, you can able to implement view layer, you can able to implement model layer, you can able to implement controller layer by using only JavaScript, actually. I mean to say, for implementing the view point of view, basically we are going to work with any template engines, okay, like Pug, Jade, or EJS, or sometimes we are going to work with the handlebars. And in terms of model layer point of view, we are going to create the schema with simple JavaScript code, and controller point of view also, we are going to write some controller logic with the help of simple JavaScript code actually. I mean to say, we can able to implement the entire web application in MVC format in Express.js actually. So for every layer, there is some separate folder is there actually. So the architecture is nothing but this one, MVC architecture. When we are implementing any web application by using Express.js, either you can create the architecture manually, or as I already told you, there is some tools, predefined tools are there. By using that one also, you can able to create the web application automatically. But just I mean to say, working with that tool. The tool name is Express Generator for Windows environment. And here, the Express.js can manage everything from routes to rendering view and performing HTTP request. So I hope, again, I'm repeating this point actually, that this is managing everything from routes to rendering view and performing HTTP request properly actually. I mean to say, the client-server communication is very, very easy in terms of Express.js web application development, and we can easily implement the web application development with all the features of, with all the required things of web application actually. Either it may be routing point of view, view components point of view, performance point of view, database integration point of view, keeping the middleware point of view. All these are the facilities which are we are going to get it by the numerous module supports actually. And so based on requirement, we just need to work with the specific module actually. And one more thing is, already we have some API documentation, predefined API documentation. So there, for every object, there are some separate properties and there are some separate methods. What we need to do, we just need to use those methods in terms of application development, those methods and those properties actually. And why Express.js? Why we need to use this one? Because I already told you, the first point is to make Node.js web application development fast and easy. Basically, but so we can implement the application by using Node.js, okay? But the thing is, Node.js can be work only as a runtime environment actually. To implement one perfect web application at that time, that can be possible with the help of only Express.js. That's the reason here I'm saying one point, that is, makes Node.js web application development in very fast and easy way. And as I already told you, one point, that is allows you to define routes of your application based on HTTP methods and URLs. I mean to say, routing is nothing but moving, based on the URI, we are moving from one page to other page in a web application. When you are writing any routing information, basically we are using HTTP methods and along with the URLs actually. So when you are working with app dot, to say get method actually. So in the get method, you need to define the URI. So based on the URI, okay, and the endpoint, the server is going to hit that specific page actually. Okay, that is called routing. And here we are going to work with the inbuilt router support also with the function of express.router. Okay, we will see all these things at the time of application development. Okay, and it includes various middleware modules. As I already told you, for handling errors, there are some separate modules, some separate middlewares. If you want to handle some form information like form data, there are some separate modules. Or if you want to work with the cookies or sessions for user authorization point of view, there are some separate modules. Okay, and if you want to handle the application properly, there are some application level middlewares out there. So for every requirement, there are various middleware modules which you can use to perform additional tasks on request and response. I mean, so as per request, as per response, there are different middlewares we are going to utilize. And one more thing is, it is very easy to integrate with different template engines like Jade, Bash, EJS, Pug, etc. So what is the use of this template engine? This template engine is used to write some logic of a view component actually, and that is also dynamic view component. I mean, so we can able to add the data from server page to view component actually. I mean, so if we are trying to implement the logic only with HTML, then what happened by using HTML, we can able to implement only static pages, right? Am I able to add any information when we are implementing any view component with HTML? No, actually. But alternative to the alternative of HTML, when the in terms of Express.js web application development, basically we are going to work with the template engines. These template engines supports dynamic content actually. I mean, so we can able to pass some information from server logic to client, okay, and we can able to add that information and I mean, we can be able to maintain some dynamic code actually. So for that, the examples are actually you can able to work with the Jade or Bash or EJS or Pug. All these are the template engines, and our Express.js web application supports all these template engines. And our Express application will easily integrate with all these template engines. Okay. And one more is allows you to define an error handling middleware. I mean to say, when you are trying to communicate with client to server with any specific route information, some specific endpoints, in case if these resources not available, or in case if the server is not, I mean, if the server is not running properly, most of the cases we are getting some errors actually, like 404 errors, 500 error, okay, or 303 for redirection, or 400 error actually. So these are called actually HTTP status code, and these status code will be executed at the time of error point of view also. For example, what happened if I'm trying to route the page from one page to other page in Express.js web application, but if that specific resource is not available, obviously we'll get one error. The error name is 404 error. The meaning is the specific resource is not available in your web application, or if the server is not running properly, then you will get 500 error actually. I mean to say, to run the error properly, we are going to use some error handling middlewares actually. What happened by using these middlewares can able to run in between request and response lifecycle. I mean to say, when the request is going to any specific routing point of view, if the route is not defined properly, if the route is not, I mean, if the specific resource is not available, then the error will be generated. In case if the route is available, but at the time of giving the response, again there is the problem actually. So that can be handled by the error middleware actually. I mean, so these error middlewares are going to execute in between request and response life cycle actually. Okay, for the entire, I mean, in the entire web application actually. And as I already told you, web application is nothing but it is not only containing only the server side logic, right? We need to work with template engines, I mean, so view components. We need to work with the database. We need to work with the controller logic. We need to work with some image. I mean, so we need to keep some images for our application development. We need to keep some cascading style sheet. I mean, CSS styles. Okay. I mean to say, whatever the static information are there in our application development, we are just going to store that information into public folder in our web application development actually. So here our Express.js can easily serve these static files and resource of any of your application. I mean to say, we can easily maintain our common resources, static resources, which are useful for our web application development. We can simply keep it into public, and we can able to call that one with the help of Express. Like example, express.statica. We are just going to indicate what the folder, I mean, so what the folder which contains all the static information. I mean, to the static information is nothing but images, CSS files, okay, some any style sheet code, all these are into that static is, I mean, the static file. Express.js is not only for implementing the web application, it is also used to create RESTful API server also. I mean to say the next point is it is allow you to create REST API server. REST API server. I mean to say in real time, basically we are not going to write the database logic directly in the server logic actually. So we are just going to differentiate the server logic to database logic. So to implement the database logic, basically we are going to work with the RESTful component. There we are going to write all the code operations in a separate, I mean to say, by the separate developers. Actually, there are some team. They are going to implement the RESTful services actually, with the help of same Express actually. I mean to say, by using Express, you can able to implement web application. At the same time, the Express.js can be easy. I mean to say, will help you to implement the RESTful web services also. So once the RESTful web services are implemented, what happened? They are going to give to the controller team actually, I mean the server side logic, they are going to integrate that middleware part into the server logic actually. I mean to say by using Express.js, we can able to implement web application and whatever the required RESTful information are required, that also we can able to implement by using Express.js. And one more is you can easy to connect with any database actually. You can easily communicate with any database. So like MongoDB, Redis, MySQL, whatever it may be. Okay, whatever the database actually, we can easily connect with the database. I already told you one point that is, it is RDBMS database or NoSQL database. You just need to focus on the driver because the driver is the interface in between your Express.js application and the database server actually. So that's the reason there are many features are there for Express.js application, Express.js. And by using Express.js, we can implement the web application very easily when compared to other technologies. That is the point actually. And I already told you the beauty of Express.js is actually we no need to work on any third party servers because we can create the server very easily by just passing simple statements. Okay, and the running environment to Express.js is not the special software actually. It directly run on Node.js platform actually. You just need to download one simple module actually. That module is called Express module. Okay, so now I'm just going to implement, say one application. So before going to implement the application, you just need to set up some environment actually. So what is that? First, you need to install Express using npm actually. But before that, you need to check whether the Node.js software is properly available in your machine or not. And along with the Node.js software installation, you need to focus on npm also actually. So whether Node.js is available or not, and npm is also available or not actually. Okay. For example, see there, I'm just going to check it by just running one simple command. That is, here I'm just trying to open some command prompt, and here I'm just going to write Node.js -v. Oh, npm -v. Yeah, see there, -v actually. We just need to write -v. It is going to give you the version, npm version, and it's a node package version. In the same way, we need to type node -v. See there, it is going to give you, sorry, this the command is not Node.js, node command actually. So version 14.16 is available, and the npm is available 6.14.11 is available. Okay. So first you need to check whether Node.js software is properly installed in your machine or not. After that, if you are ready to implement Express application, you just need to install Express using npm. Okay, so the following command will help you to install the Express.js Express in your machine. So that is npm install. -g is nothing but global actually. I mean, so this command is going to install the latest version of Express.js globally on your machine so that every node application on your machine can use it. For example, if you don't want to install the Express.js globally, if you want to applicable only for the specific application, specific project, then you need to install the Express locally actually. So for that, the following command will install latest version of Express.js locally to your project folder. Okay, by just running the command npm install express -save. Okay. So what is the use of this -save actually? So we'll update the package.json file by specifying Express.js dependency. Okay. You can able to install Express.js in Visual Studio also actually, but I don't want to install it in Visual Studio. I'm just going to work on any specific web application development point of view. For example, see there, I'm just going to create one simple Express.js basic application, like our application name is, assume that demo app. So what we need to do actually, so we need to, so I'm just going to open git bash, which is used to create pack. First thing is we just need to create one package.json file, right? So we just need to create package.json file. Okay, by using the simple command npm init. Okay, npm init. And after that, what we need to do is actually we just need to pass. I'm just going to pass all the information, default information actually. I don't want to pass any specific information actually. Okay, all are the default information. And after that, clear the screen. Sorry, clear. This is the command which is used to clear the screen. Okay. Now check it actually package.json is created or not. Yes, it is created. Now I'm just trying to open Visual Studio Code. So here, so better to get your project. So that is in open folder. So what is your application name? Demo app. Here I'm just creating one simple app actually. Okay, simple app. So by just writing simple server logic. So, but for that, what is the required module for me? I need to work with Express.js, then compulsory you need to install Express.js in your application. So npm install express -save. Then what happened? This dependency is going to add to the package.json folder. See that the package.json does not contain any dependency, but now Express is added. The version is 4.17, the latest version. Okay. And after this, what I need to do is I'm just going to implement one simple server-side page by just creating one file. The name is app.js. Okay, so here we need to write these steps actually, which is used to create the I mean, it's not the web application. We call it a simple web application. Okay, simple code. I mean, so I'm just going to take the support of constant export. We need to import. I mean, we need to get the module here. So the module name is Express. Import it properly. Okay. After that, I'm just going to create one object constant app equal to Express function. What is the use of this app actually? Because we are implementing some application. So this app object is going to work on and some, I mean, to define some different routes actually. Okay. So, and after that, we just need to define the routes actually. So define routes here. And after that, I'm just going to communicate with the server by just writing one simple statement like constant server equal to app.listen up. I already told you we can able to pass any port number. Like here I'm passing 3000 is the port number. And after that, here I'm just writing one simple statement like console.log of the server running on, okay, the server running on port number 3000. Perfect, right? So save the program. So now what happened? You just need to check whether the program is running or not by just typing the command node app. See there, it is showing yes, the server is running on port number 3000. And what you need to do actually, so here require is the function. Okay, in Express.js module, using require function, we need to import the Express. The Express module returns a function. So this function returns an object. Okay, so which can be used to configure Express application. I mean to say constant app equal to Express. This Express function is going to return an object which can be used to configure Express application. Okay, so the app object includes methods for routing HTTP requests, configuring middleware, rendering HTML views, and registering a template engine. So here app.listen this method. Function creates the Node.js web server at the specified host and port number. Here, host is the local host, and means so our local machine, and the port number is 3000 actually. Okay, and it is identical to the node server dot listen method actually. So we just need to type the commands. Okay, so how to configure the roots here? I'm going to say you need to use app object to define different roots of your application. Like the app object includes like get method, post method, put method, delete method. You use it to define the roots for HTTP get method, post method, put method, and delete request respectively. Actually, okay. I'm just going to write one simple uh, routine like app dot get up. Okay, app dot get up slash, and after that I'm just going to write one callback function request and response, which request is used to send the request and response is used to send the response to the client actually. So I'm just writing welcome to, this is the way to define the rules. Save the program actually. Okay, app.js. Oh, sorry, here I forget to keep the fat arrow notation because here I'm using ES6 syntax. We called it as arrow syntax actually. Okay, so now I'm going to run the server one more time. So like node app, yeah, the server is running successfully. What we need to do, we need to open localhost, and the port number is 3000, and the URL endpoint is slash, and it is showing that, hey, welcome to Express. This is the way to implement simple program by using Express.js actually. So now we are able to execute the logic on browser or not actually. So by just using request comma response object actually. So we are using one method, get method. So we can able to use different methods actually, like get, post, put, delete, whatever it may be, which is used to define the rules. The first one is, I'm going to talk about what is get, what is post, what is put, and delete. So all these four methods are called HTTP webs actually. So these methods are playing main key role in terms of implementing web applications with different requests, as well as these four methods are going to implement at the time of implementing RESTful APIs also. So the HTTP method is supplied in the request and specify the operation that the client has requested. I mean to say, when we are trying to send a request from the browser to any server, basically that can be possible with the help of either get or put or post or delete methods actually. We need to inform with these HTTP methods. So these HTTP methods will use you to specify the request with, which is used to send from the client, it's a browser with different methods. Basically, in Express applications, we are going to create one object for the Express function, right? To say like constant app equal to Express function. So that app object includes get method, post method, put method, and delete methods to define the rules for HTTP get, put, and delete requests respectively. To say here, if you wanted to write different requests, then that can be need to call with the help of an object name that is app dot operator, and after that you need to specify what is the exact required HTTP method for your requirement point of view. To say you can use either get method or post method or put method or delete method. Okay, what is meant by get? When we need to use this get method, the get method requests a representation of the specified resource. Requests using get should only retrieve data and should have no other effects. To say get method can be used to retrieve something from the server. So get method can be used to send a request to the server, which is used to get something from the server. I mean to say the get method is used for only retrieving point of view. There is no other effect with the help of get method. So the basic syntax we are going to write, like for example, app dot get method, and after that we are going to specify the path. After that, handler. Handler is nothing but basically it contains two parameters. One is request, other one is response. Request can be used to handle the request properly, and response can be used to get something from the server and shows on the browser. And one more method is post method. When we need to use post method. So the post method requests that the server accept the data enclosed in the request and as a new object or entity of the resource identified by the URI. I mean to say the post method can be used to send some data along with the request. For example, if you are implementing any a login page or sign up page, basically the end user is going to type some username and password in the login page, or if it is sign up page, along with the, I mean, to create the new username and password, basically pass some details like username, password, mobile number, gender. So whatever the information which is entered by the end user to get all the data along with the request, then the post method will help you. In the post method, we are just going to send all the information along with the path as a body, actually, all the information from client to server. And when we need to use put method request the server accept the data enclosed in the request as a modification to existing object identified by the URI. If it does not exist, then what happens? The put method should create one. I mean to say, put method can work same as post method, but the put method can be used for update point of view. So if you want to update any resource, for example, if already some user details are there in our database and the user want to change his password, or the user want to update his email ID or any other profile information, basically we can be do it by using the put method, because the main purpose of put method is to update the data actually. So we need to send it by using the URI. So that is also identified with the help of URI actually. And existed object is not there. For example, if I'm trying to update one user profile object, but that user is not existed, then the put method is create one new user. I mean to say, by using put method, we can do it update operation. If that is not available, obviously it can create one new user. I mean, so one new one, create one new one. And what is the purpose of delete method? When we need to use delete method, the delete method request is that any specific information you want to retrieve, at that time, basically, we are going to work with the delete actually. I mean to say, see there, the delete method requests the server to delete the specified resource, to delete the specified resource. For example, if you want to delete any user information, so at that time, we just need to pass the ID of that specific user. Then the delete method will help you to remove the resource, I mean, say from the data, I mean, so from the database actually. Okay. So the delete method is for deleting some resource, specified resource. Put can be used to update point of view. Post can be used for creating new one, and get can be used for only getting information, only information. Okay. So I'm just going to show you practically with all these things. For example, I'm just trying to open. I'm just going to create one new project. So here the project name is um, test app. I'm just going to create one new Express application. Okay. What is the first step? First, you need to open git bash and you need to run one command actually. What is the command name? npm init. So which is used to create package.json file, because your requirement is you need to create one web application. Basically, to create web application, we need to take the support of Express module. So that Express module can be maintained by the package.json. I mean, so we need to keep all the information into package.json. Okay, this is the basic skeleton of creating web application actually. Okay, I'm just trying to pass all the details or default details. Okay, perfect. Now check it whether package.json is created or not. Yes, it's created. Now I'm trying to open VS Code, Visual Studio Code. And here, I'm just trying to open the folder that is, our project name is test app. Test app. Okay. So see there. Now, package.json. So it does not contain any dependency. What you need to do, you need to create some dependency, right? So for that, npm install express. The required dependency is this one because we are going to create application, web applications by using Express module. You just need to install or you just need to download that module as a dependency in your project. Perfect. See there? Node modules are created, package-log.json file also created. Now, Express is the latest version added, 4.17.1. Now, what we need to do, we need to create one simple file, assume that, for example, app.js file. So here, the first step is we need to import the Express module into our application by using constant Express. We are using the required function, which is used to import Express module in our application. That is the first step. And the second step is you need to create one object with the help of Express function. Okay, so the second step. And now we need to write app.listen of the port number, like anything 3000. And after that, I'm just going to write some confirmation message like console.log of the server running on port number 3000. Perfect, right? This is the simple way to create Express application, Express server actually, Express server, which is used to run our application. Okay, so I'm just going to run this one. The name, I mean, we need to use the command name node, and what is the file name? App, node app. See there that it is showing the server is running on port number 3000. Now to define different routes, actually, you need to work with the HTTP webs, I mean say HTTP methods. There are total 4 methods are there: get method, post method, put method, and delete method. See there? I'm just going to use app.get method. So with the path URI is first, and we need to use some callback function. We called it as handler. Okay, so request of response, and here I'm writing one simple message like response.send of welcome to get method. Get method. Save the program. Now what we need to do, we need to restart the server. Node app, the server is running properly. So now what you need to do is you need to open one browser. Okay, so here I'm just going to type the URL, that is HTTP localhost 3000, and what is the URL? The endpoint is first. Oh, sorry. First. See there it is showing welcome to get method. So the get method, which is used to get only the specific resource, I mean, so anything, a retrieve point of view, we are using get method. Okay. In the same way, I'm just going to write for the post point of view app.post and slash second, or otherwise do one thing here. Instead of first, I'm just going to pass get, and here I'm just going to pass post request comma response. So here I'm just going to write response.send of welcome to post method. Save the program. If your changes, I mean, so any changes you're done in server page, I mean to say app.js is the server code, so then you need to restart the server, otherwise it won't reflect. Okay, so we need to restart the server. Yes, the server is started perfectly. We need to go and run the URL. So that is localhost 3000. So instead of the first, here I'm using get actually. See that it says that welcome to get method. But what about post actually? So I'm just going to work with the post method. See there, it says that cannot get post. I mean to say here the URL pattern is used to get only the specific information or to retrieve any specific resource. But the problem is here you are trying to use post method. I already told you one point, that is post method can be used for to send any kind of information to the server, right? So now if you want to execute the post method actually, so instead of this one, there is some other way actually. So you can able to work with the postman. So this is the tool. I mean, it's the Postman app which is used to run all your HTTP webs properly. So we just need to open Postman. Perfect. So now what we need to do is here you can able to run one by one URL actually. So we just need to type HTTP colon double slash localhost colon 3000 slash get method. When I run this application, it shows that welcome to get method. Welcome to get method. Okay. And along with this one, I'm just going to focus on one more. So for that, you just need to enable the post method. Whatever the requirement is there, you need to select that method. And here, I'm just going to type HTTP colon localhost 3000 slash postman. And in headers, you need to select what kind of information you want to get. So I just want to get some, okay, here you just need to pass the content type. You need to set some headers. What my point is actually, whenever you are trying to run the post related thing, so if you want to pass any information, so what my suggestion is, better to set some header actually. So header can be set in, I mean to say, by just passing key comma value information. Here key is content hyphen type and value is, I'm just going to type application oblique JSON. Perfect, right? Now, in the body, if you want to pass any information, so the body can be passed in different form, actually as a form data, WW form, URL encoded format, raw information, or binary information. Okay. So if I'm click on raw information and the default type is JSON, here you can able to pass the information. But here, I'm not working on any real time, I'm going to say any simple application. I'm just trying to execute the post method with simple URI actually. I don't want to pass any body related things actually. I don't want to post any data. Okay. So I'm just going to click on send method, then see the result actually. So it just shows the information. Welcome to post method. Welcome to post method. In the same way, we just need to write one more endpoint for the put method, app.put slash put method, and we need to take the support of two parameters, request and response. So here I'm just going to write response dot send of welcome to put method. Okay, welcome to put method. So save the program. Again, what you need to do, so whatever the changes you are doing in your server file, you need to start the server one more time. Otherwise, your program will never, I mean, so your program will not reflect actually. I mean, say node app. Perfect. The server is running. Now, what we need to do, we need to change the method. Okay. Instead of that, can you please try it in a new window? Now you can change the method from post to put. And what is the URL? HTTP colon double slash localhost 3000 is the port number and slash put method. So here also you need to set some headers and body. Okay. So content type is application oblique JSON. And if you want to send any existed information, you can send through the body actually. But here I'm not working on any application. I'm just just showing how to work with different HTTP methods with a simple endpoint actually. I don't want to pass any information. Okay, fine. So I'm just going to click on send button. See there what it is going to show the result actually. So it is going to show the result that is welcome to put method. Welcome to put method. Okay. In the same way, if you want to write some logic for delete any specific resource, then we are simply writing app.delete method with specific endpoint, that is assume that delete, and you need to pass the handler with request and response and the simple message which is used to print some information on browser, that is response.send welcome to welcome to delete method. Save the program. So whatever the changes are doing, you just need to restart your server. So node app, yeah, the server is started. So now go and check about the delete method. For that, better to open one new tab, and there is a delete method. You need to choose delete method, and what is the URL? HTTP colon double slash localhost colon 3000 slash the what is the endpoint? Delete. And you no need, I mean to say, if you want to pass the information, either you can directly pass from here. Okay, and I'm just going to execute this one and see that it shows that welcome to delete method. I mean to say, these are the ways, so this is the way to work with all the methods like get method, post method, put method, and delete method. But get can be used to get only anything. I mean, so which is used to retrieve point of view. Post method can be used to pass some information as a body, as a request body. And put also can be used to pass some information from body, which is used to update point of view. If the existed object is there, it is going to update. If the existed object is not there, then it creates new one actually. Okay, and the delete method, which is used to delete some specific resource in our application actually. Okay, so this is the way to execute all the four methods from the postman, but the browser can use it to get only some specific, I mean, so retrieve any information. So that is, see there, welcome to get method. So here you are unable to run the post and put and delete actually. So to check those things properly, you can use postman actually. For just simple program application development point of view. Okay. What is the exact use of all these things? Actually, basically, we can use these webs as a routing, which is used to pass the request from one page to another page in our Express web application. Okay. Now, now I'm going to focus on what is request object. Basically, in the handler, there are two parameters. One is request object and other one is response object, right? What is request object? HTTP request object has properties for request query string, parameters, body, HTTP headers, etc. We can also use another name for request. By default, the first parameter of callback function of HTTP method is request. I mean to say any HTTP method. Can you please check here? Any HTTP method, either it may be get, post, put, delete. What is the first callback function parameter? Request. Request. So what is the use of this request object? So this request object has contains some properties actually, which is used to pass some query string values, parameters, body, or HTTP headers, etc. Okay, we can also use some other name for the request. I mean, so we no need to write request. For example, if here I'm writing REQ, otherwise you can able to write REQST, not a problem. The name is your wish. Okay, this is not the fixed name. And these are the request properties actually, like you can use request.url as well as request.query, and as well as you can use request.parents. Request.parents. Okay, so I'm just going to show you the URL is nothing but whatever we are just trying to send it from the endpoint. I mean to say, This one is an example for passing the URL actually, /get /get. So save this program, and now I'm going to get the response by just passing the endpoint along with the URL 3000/get. The output, it shows that welcome to get method, welcome to get method, right? And in the same way, if you want to pass any extra information, so we can able to pass it by using queries actually. We call it as query string. We call it as query string. See there, I'm just going to pass some information along with this endpoint by using question mark symbols. And I'm just going to pass q equal to welcome, or hey, some information actually, anything actually, okay, some information, hey. Now I'm just going to get this information from response dot, keep this line into comments. I'm just going to get that information which is sent by the request actually, response dot json of. Okay, so here the parameters, I mean, say first we need to request dot json of, otherwise we can write it as request dot json of request dot query. Okay, request dot query. Save the program. Save the program. Okay, then what happened? What it is going to show the result? Request dot json of, we need to store it into any variable. Like first we need to define some variable actually, which is used to get. I'm just going to pass it as a JSON format at present. Okay, like here I'm just passing some information like parameters. This is the key name. JSON format is nothing but we need to pass it as key comma value pair actually. Okay, parameters, and keep the colon, and here I'm just going to pass q. Okay, I mean to say we need to pass like this, q colon hey. Save the program, and after that I'm just going to print the information of parameters, like parameters of request dot query. Save the program, request dot query. Okay, and here, okay, we just need to close it. Yeah, so this is already having, and here I'm just passing semicolon expected. Yes, okay, and here also perfect. See there, now I'm just going to run the program. We just need to restart the program. So clear node app, server is running properly. I'm just going to pass along with the get information. Okay, so slash get question mark, I'm just passing some information here. Like, oh, sorry, q equal to hey. We need to pass it as a query string, right? Control Z, q equal to hey. Cannot get, I think so, 3000. After that, we are just trying to call by using slash get. Okay, so 3000 question mark 3000 slash question mark q equal to hey. I mean to say here we are not able to understand app equal to express. So, yes, it's like look like actually. I'm just going to change it a little bit, because to pass it properly, I'm just going to use after constant express. Here I'm using curly brace parameters. Okay, after that colon. Here I'm using q colon some information actually. Okay, I mean to say to do any information actually. This is just example actually. It's just example. Okay, save this one. Okay, I'm just trying to pass along with the get method. There is q equal to, there is some space actually in between hey and dude, right? So what we need to do, We need to use plus symbol for represent the space. Hey, do. Okay, so save this, clear it, node app. So I'm just going to run q equal to a plus do, a plus do slash node app. Start the server one more time. Okay, I'm just going to print it response dot JSON. So instead of response dot do one thing actually. So I'm just passing some information. I'm just going to enable it response dot send and restart the server node app. Okay, so after that I'm just going to pass some query like get of we need to pass some query string actually q equal to a plus do. If q equal to oh sorry I just passed a plus node a plus 2 as the say a do that is the string actually sorry clear it node app and now I'm going to run a plus do. Okay, q equal to a plus do the question mark symbol. Okay, fine. It is unable to recognize. Fine. Okay. Instead of this one, I'm just directly going to pass the question mark symbol. Actually, you can able to pass anything like q equal to some high. Assume that q equal to high. Save the program. Clear it. Node app. So here q equal to hey. So here I forget to keep the get method. Control Z. You need to pass a get method, and after that keep the question mark symbol. And after that, I'm just going to pass q equal to hey, otherwise question mark q equal to high. Get method q equal to high. Okay, so this is the way to pass the query strings actually, but it is not taking for this one, not a problem. So this by using question mark symbol, basically we are passing the required information from here actually. I mean at present we don't have any information. Okay, that's the reason it is showing error like this. Okay, no issue. I'm just going to delete it, save the program, clear it, node app. Now check it whether our application is running properly or not. Sorry, get method. What happened still? Node get method. Yeah, welcome to get method. It is working perfectly, right? So what I mean to say actually, whatever the information is there, actually basically we are just trying to pass it as a query string. So the query string information we are trying to pass it from the here. I mean to say q equal to a something. I mean to say some information. Actually, we are just trying to pass it from here, and that information is need to be sent it from the application. Actually, okay. Fine, no issue. At present, I'm not working with any application. It's a simple application, though that's the reason I don't want to disturb the code. So the only the meaning is if you want to keep the query, you just need to keep question mark symbol actually to pass the query string information actually. Okay. And after this one, I'm just going to focus on one more parameter of request, that is request dot query, and request dot URL is completed and request dot query is completed. And after that, what is mean by request dot params? So params is nothing but actually when we are writing any dynamic query point. For example, if I'm writing get slash id and see there when I'm run this application, first what we need to do, we need to restart the server every time when you are trying to do some changes in server pace. Okay, so now I'm just trying to open slash get, and I'm just after that I'm just passing some id. See there, it is showing welcome to get method. So request that params is nothing but nothing actually, which is used to pass some dynamic URL information. Actually, we can able to get it by using plus of request dot params dot Yeah, request.parents. Okay, save the program. Now I'm going to run the program one more time. Node app, and after that, get of var 234, whatever it may be, the ID value. See there, it is going to get it actually. So this is object actually at present, because I'm not calling the specific value. So that's the reason it is just showing like this actually. Okay. I mean to say, if you want to get it actually, whatever the information here you are passing, you just need to get it by using ID and restart the server, node app, and after that I'm just going to call 234. See there, it is going to print the 234. The request.param value is 234. Okay, 234, which is used. Request.params is the property which is used to get whatever the dynamic information we passed with any fields actually. To get that information, basically we are using request.params. Okay, and after this one I'm just going to focus on what is response object. HTTP response object is the response sent by Express app when it gets an HTTP request. And response is the second parameter of callback function of HTTP method. So HTTP response object is the second method of the callback function actually. So what is the purpose of that one? It is used to send response, which is sent by the client actually, which is gets from the HTTP request. Based on that, it is going to give the response actually. So how we are going to give the response actually? For that actually we are working with at present only one method. The method name is response.send method. Am I right or not? But what is the point is actually, here you can use number of methods actually. All are for the same purpose. One is end method, and one more is send method. One more is JSON method. One more is response.status method, and one more is response.redirect method. Okay, what is the use of response.send method? We already worked actually. Response.send method, which is used to send response data. The parameters of response body can be a buffer object or a string or an object or an array, whatever it may be actually. I mean to say, you can able to pass any kind of information from here, like any string or any buffer object or any object information or an array information, whatever it may be, we can send the information or send the response to the browser actually. Okay, and response.send is only defined in Express, so response.end is not required actually after response.send. I mean to say, for example, both are the same purpose. Response.send and as well as response.end both are used to print information like welcome to get method copy. Save the program. I'm just going to restart the server because some new changes are there, right? Node app. So we need to restart. Okay, we need to run the program with the URI path. I mean, so URI that is get method actually, right? Oh, sorry. Yeah, the problem is we need to copy this one and need to write here. Save the program. Now see there. I'm just going to pass. Sorry, you need to restart the server one more time. Otherwise, the changes will not reflect. Node app. So again, I'm going to run the URL with the help of specific endpoint get method slash any ID like 123. Say there, it shows that welcome to get method 123, but response.end will never execute actually. Only one thing, and it's a response.send or response.end. Both are can be used to send response from the server page to client actually. For example, if I keep it into comment and save the program, and again you need to restart the server like npm node, the page name is app, save the program. Now I'm going to run the URL like get slash 123. See there, it is showing that welcome to get method copy. I mean to say either only one thing. I mean, so the response can be sent only for one time from the server page to your client request. I mean, it's a client. I mean, it's a browser actually. Okay. And JSON format can be used to show the result in the form of JSON actually. I mean to say, same as response.send, I'm just going to write response.json. Yeah, JSON is nothing but the curly braces are required actually. We need to pass the information in the key comma value pair actually. Okay, so like student number is 101. I'm just passing any information actually. It's just example. Okay, so I'm going to start the server one more time. So node app. Now you need to run the URL. So get 123. See there, it is showing the output in the JSON format or not? Like s number equal to 101. So the JSON format which is used to to show the information in the form of JSON actually, in the form of JSON. Okay. And after this one, I'm just going to use one more method. So that is response dot status method actually. What is the use of this response dot status method? So response dot status method which is used to send some HTTP status code of response. So the parameter of response.status is HTTP status code actually. We need to send some status code. For example, see there, here I'm going to write in our code, I'm just going to write instead of get my JSON format, I'm just going to write response.status of, okay, response.status of, here I mean to say I'm just going to shade some status code like 200 dot send of welcome to get method. Okay, save the program. Now again, what we need to do, we need to restart the server and check the result. Like get 123. See that it is showing welcome to get method. I mean to say it will be the status code will be 200 actually. 200. I mean to say whatever the status code you want to share it along with the response, you just need to use the status method. Okay, and after that the method name is response.redirect. What is the use of this redirect method? So the redirect method is used to redirect the URL to a particular path actually. I mean to say any file is there, basically that will be redirected to that one. I mean to say any HTML file is there, basically we are going to write. If you want to move it from the get method to any specific HTML page, template Indian page, then we can simply write response dot redirect of, we are just going to write like login dot html. Save the program. Okay. Now there is no such type of page actually at present because this is only for just for example point of view actually. So now when I'm using get 123, see that the page is not working because it is unable to identify the login. If the specific resource is there, then it is going to get that login page actually. Okay, if the specific page is there, then it is going to hit that page login.html. So this is about the story of request and response object along with their methods. And after that, I'm just going to focus on what is mean by routing. Routing is nothing but, just like I said, which is used to pass from one page to another pages actually. So web frameworks provide resources such as HTML pages, scripts, images, etc. at a different request actually. Now I mean to say here we already work with different routes. I mean so with different methods actually, how to pass the route by using just an endpoint actually, right? So whenever we are creating Express web application, there is a app object have a method with two arguments. So in that, the first is called path and the second argument is called handler. Example, app dot method of path comma handler. So here path is the route at which the request will run. Path is nothing but endpoint. So based on the endpoint, it is going to recognize the pay. The response actually. And handler is a callback function that executes when a matching request type is found on the relevant route. I mean to say This method can be applied to any of the HTTP webs like set method, get method, post method, put method, and delete method. And an alternative method also exists to pass the request to the specific resource actually. Okay, so that is called universal route also. For example, I'm just going to show you what is mean by routing. See there, for example, here I'm passing get of. So instead of this one, I'm just going to enable response.send off. So without this ID, save the program. I no need to print this one. Save the program. So for any new changes, what we need to do? We need to restart the server node app. Now perfect. Now you are able to run your application by just passing the endpoint get. See that it is showing welcome to get method. I mean, so routing is your wish actually. You can able to pass anything actually. Like for example, if I want to pass get slash first, and again, what you need to do, you need to restart the server node app. Again, I'm just going to pass get slash first. See there, it shows the same result or not. And what about the resource here? The endpoint, the path is slash get and first. So this is called routing actually. The routing is nothing but just the URL which is used to indicate, okay, based on that path only we are going to execute the response, or based on this routing information we are going to hit some other pages in our Express web application actually. But we don't have any other pages. Still we are working with only single page actually. Okay. And after that, for example, if the URL is not matching, I mean to say, for example, here I'm passing get slash second, then what happened? It is showing that cannot get second. So, for example, if I'm passing only second, then see there, it is unable to get that path actually, right? So now I'm just going to create a one more method. So the method name is app.all method, which is called universal route, and which is also called wildcard routes actually. Okay, so like by just passing star symbol, and after that request comma response, and here I'm going to write response dot send off welcome to universal route. Save the program. Now see there. So clear it, and now when I run the application node app, so with any URL actually, if I'm passing second, it shows that welcome to universal root. Or if I'm passing anything like get slash second, shows that welcome to universal root. Or if I'm passing just only 123, it shows the same information. I mean to say, if you want to pass the page to any I mean, so if you're passing any route actually, so if you want to execute that one as a universal path, then you can able to define that one with the help of one simple method. The method name is app.all method actually. So the method name is app.all method, which can be act as a wildcard route, or we called it as universal route actually. Universal route. Okay. And after that, I'm just going to talk about what is mean by, sorry, this one. What is mean by dynamic routing actually? So the dynamic routing is nothing but which is used to changes the routes actually. I mean, say to use the dynamic routes, we should provide different types of routes. I mean to say, along with the route path, we are able to pass some values dynamically. Like by just passing ID, we are just trying to pass 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5, 6, whatever it may be. Okay, that is called dynamic routing actually. Okay, so using dynamic routes allows us to pass parameters and process based on them actually. So like ID, when we are passing any ID number, then what happened? The URL with anything else, and the change will be reflected in the response. Okay. So you can use the request.parents object to access all the parameters you passed in the URL. Otherwise, you can use some regular expressions URL also. I mean to say to restrict URL parameters that match it. Assume, for example, if I just want to pass the ID value only in between 1 to 5, then what you need to do? You need to use the more complex example of passing the ID value as a regular expression in between. I mean, only 5 digits actually. If you are trying to pass more than 5 digits, it won't allow actually. Okay. We'll see with one simple example. We already worked with this dynamic routing. For example, here instead of get pass first, I am just going to pass ID, and we can able to get that information with the help of request dot params dot okay request dot params dot id. Save the program. So now what you need to do, you need to restart the server one more time, clear it, node app. So now I'm just going to pass 123. Oh, sorry, get up slash 123. Then it is showing welcome to get method, and the ID is 123. For example, if I'm passing 456 and it shows the ID is 456. Not only the ID, whatever the parameters are required, you can able to pass it as a param values, like for example name. Save the program. So here you want to get it request.params.id, and with some space you want to print request.params.name. Save the program, and you need to restart the server. Here you are trying to pass two values along with the endpoint. So that is 456 is the ID, and the name is some Rahul. See that? Welcome to get method, 456 is the ID, and Rahul is the name. Or any ID, for example, I'm just trying to pass 786 is the ID, and some Kiran is the name. You can get it both the values, 786 and Kiran. Okay. And if you want to do it, and I mean, if you want to make the routing path as more complex, then what you need to do is actually you can able to pass some regular expression code. Okay, like for example, if you want to pass the ID value, and the ID value must and should be only 5 characters actually, only the 5 characters, then what we need to do is in the ID point of view, we just need to specify the regular expression by using 0 to 9. The values need to be take 0 to 9 only, 0 to 9, and it takes up to the 5 digits only. It takes up to 5 digits. Okay, after that, close the bracket, close the bracket. Okay, save the program. Now again, what we need to do, we need to restart the server, clear node app, and it shows that the server is running with the port number 3000. See there when I'm running 786. So okay, get method 78656. See there, it runs welcome to get method. What happened if less than 3 I'm trying to pass, then it obviously execute the universal rule. If I'm trying exactly 5 values, then only it executes. What happened if I'm trying to pass more than 5 values? Then also it executes the universal rule. I mean to say we are just fixing it actually. The ID number is nothing but compulsory. It must be 5 values actually. It must be 5 values. Okay. Yes, perfect. Now this is about the dynamic routing actually. Okay. After that, I'm just going to talk about express router. What is mean by express router? So the express router is a function which is used to create a new router object actually, which is used to create a new router object. Okay. This function is used when you want to create a new router object. Okay. When you want to create a new router object in your program to handle requests. I mean to say, up to now, you are just trying to pass all the information in one single file, right? For example, if you want to differentiate or if you want to maintain separately all the routes information, at that time, that will be possible with the help of only the express router actually. So express router is a special, I mean, it's a function actually which is used to create a new router object actually. Okay. So which is used to create new operator. So now this function is used to create new router object in your program to handle the request actually. Okay, to handle the request. So now Express.js uses express.router class. It's a class actually which is used to create modular. We called it as modular and mountable route handlers. The router instance, also known as mini app, is a complete middleware routing system in Express.js. Okay, router class to create modular and mountable route handlers. So the router instance, also known as mini app, is a complete middleware routing system in Express.js. We called it as actually. Okay. So now I'm going to differentiate. I'm going to separate the information, the routing information from the this application. Actually, I just want to maintain all this information in a separate page. Actually, what we need to do is we need to work with the express.router actually. Okay, express.router. So for that, what I need to do is I'm just going to mention better to remove all this information. Perfect. Yeah, it contains only this thing. And for routing point of view, I'm just going to create one new page that is root.js. Root.js. So here, what I need to do is here also I need to import the express module. Constant express equal to require of express, and after that constant router equal to express dot router class. Okay, express dot router. Sorry, express dot router function. And now I'm going to call router dot get method slash, that is the path, and with two parameters request and response. And now I'm going to write one simple message response dot send of welcome to get method. Save the program. Save the program. Okay. And what you need to do is whatever the root object is there, you need to be export that one. Based on that only our main function will understood actually. So you need to export it. Module dot exports equal to router. Now what we need to do in our main file actually, we need to be identified this one with the help of one simple function, that is middleware app dot use of slash. Okay, so app dot use of slash, and here I'm calling the file name is root. So now we need to get that file name actually, so that is constant uh, root. Okay, so I'm going to say any name actually. Okay, sorry, before instead of this one slash, I'm just going to pass some name actually, like yeah, slash is enough. Root equal to, we need to specify require of dot slash, the file name is root.js. Save the program. Now what we need to do, we need to restart the server to recognize, yeah, the server is running properly, not a problem. Now I'm going to call 3000 slash welcome to get method. How it's possible? Because the welcome to get method is there in the this page actually. I mean, so the app.js will recognize by using this middleware. So here slash root is there. I mean, so it is going to identify this object. In this object, we are just trying to require import the page actually. So because this root is already exported actually, see that module.export equal router, then by default it go and communicate with this root.js piece. Okay, so app.use function, which is used to call on root slash symbol, so that can attach as the root file with the root information with the specific root. Now whenever request our app then gets the slash symbol, will be handled by our root.js page, not here. Here I'm not writing in my main file. Okay, so the root information is a separate file actually. Okay, so this is about to work with the express router actually. Basically, MongoDB is an open source NoSQL database. I mean to say, MongoDB type is open source, it is available at free of cost, and it is NoSQL database. I mean to say, there we no need to write any queries, there we no need to follow any or DBMS structure actually. Okay, so it's a NoSQL, not SQL database. Okay. And the vendor company name is MongoDB Inc. Initial release of MongoDB in the year 2009, 11th Feb. So now at present we are using the stable release, the version 4.x. The written in, I mean, MongoDB was written in C++ language. So the license is under server side public license. So to download the MongoDB, the website is www.mongodb.com. What is MongoDB? MongoDB was developed by Lloyd Horowitz and Dwight Merriman in the year 2007. So these are the two developers actually who worked for MongoDB development. Okay, so they actually, I mean, so they developed this MongoDB in the year 2007 actually, but the thing is, its initial release was happened in the year 11th Feb 2009. After that, MongoDB is basically a NoSQL database which stores the data in the form of key value pairs. So as I already told you, MongoDB is basically not SQL database, it's a NoSQL database. So there we are not following the RDBMS structure actually. Instead of RDBMS structure, we are going to store all the documents, all the records in the form of key comma value pairs. And it is an open source document database which provides high performance and scalability along with the data modeling and data management. I mean to say it's an open source. And here we are going to maintain all the data in the form of key value page. Those key value pages is basically called document databases. I mean, we call it as documents. And so that's the reason this MongoDB database is called document database. So which provides high performance and scalability along with the data modeling and data management point of view. I mean, to same as the SQL queries or SQL related databases like Oracle or MySQL, same as MongoDB also giving you high performance and scalability along with data modeling. I mean, so the management, data management and data modeling point of view, I mean, so implementing the schemas. And one more thing is MongoDB is a cross-platform database and can be installed across different platforms like Windows, Linux, etc. So MongoDB is basically a cross-platform database. You can download the version for Windows or Linux, etc. operating system actually. Okay. So MongoDB stores the data in the form of documents. So as I already told you, key comma value pairs, which are basically called it as document-oriented database. That's the reason MongoDB is called document-oriented databases. What is meant by document databases? As I already told you, document databases is nothing but the first example for document databases is MongoDB. Here, all the documents, all the records are stored in the form of document. We call it as document stores data and description of that data in document form. Document databases is nothing but basically those are called document stores and stores data and description of the data in the form of document actually. So they allow the developers to create and update programs without needing to referring master schema. I mean, so basically, when we are using MongoDB, we can able to maintain some instances actually. I mean, so instead of storing all the data in one place, we are going to maintain some instances with the help of replica set facility. So if you have some basic idea about MongoDB, so you will know about what exactly replica set. Okay, so because this is an important feature of MongoDB database. And what the point is actually, they allow developers to create and update programs without needing to refer the master schema. I mean to say, along with the master schema, we are going to maintain some other schemas actually. Those schemas can be called as local instances actually or duplicates. So there also we can able to maintain the data. I mean, the same data is going to maintain into different nodes. We call it as nodes. And one more thing is JSON structured document database we use. JSON is nothing but JavaScript object notation. As I already told you, JSON is simply follows the key value structure. So this key value structure is basically when we are trying to store any record in the form of key value structure, then that is called one document basically. So document databases are used for content management and mobile application data handling. Okay, for example, CutchDB, DocumentDB, MongoDB, etc. I mean to say what my point is actually MongoDB is especially used for content management and mobile application data handling. I mean to say, for example, see that if you release one application, one mobile app into the market, maybe that app may be famous for even a couple of weeks or in a day. We are not guaranteed for that actually. For example, if the app is popular, then obviously what happens, the number of users are increased or not actually. So at that time to maintain the data properly, I mean, so to increase the information dynamically in a fashion of dynamic fashion, then the MongoDB will help you actually. So especially we are using MongoDB for this such kind of applications, such kind of mobile applications, especially which are related to content management actually. So for that you can able to use CutchDB or DocumentDB or MongoDB, etc. Okay. After that, MongoDB installation. So to install any software, the first point is basically there are, I mean, say every software is available in two variations actually. One is GIF file format and other one is MSI format. The MSI, the full form is in case if you are Windows user, then you will get the MSI related file, MSI related .exe file. MSI, the full form is Microsoft Installer. That is a .exe file. So we need to install that MongoDB with proper order. I need to set with some next, finish or something actually based on the suggestion actually. Okay. So basically, as I already told you, MongoDB is cross-platform and can be installed across different platforms. Like you can able to get MongoDB for Windows operating system or MongoDB for Linux operating system or Mac operating system, etc. So MongoDB is basically available in two server editions. One is Community Edition and other one is Enterprise Edition. Okay. So changed in version 3.4, MongoDB is no longer supports to 32-bit x86 platform. I mean to say the from version 3.4 onwards, basically in every machine there are two types of processors like 32-bit operating system or 64-bit operating system. Actually, 64-bit will support both 32-bit as well as 64-bit operating systems. Actual processors. So changed in version 3.4 from 3.4 versions onwards. Actually, what the point is, the MongoDB is no longer supports to 32-bit versions. It supports only on 64-bit version actually. And platform support actually. I mean, say every platform, either it may be Windows, Linux, Mac operating system, whatever it may be, you may download MongoDB properly in our machine. If it is Windows 7, or what my suggestion is, if you are using Windows 7 Server Pack 2008 R2, then the support is removed in MongoDB 4.4 plus actually. So for Windows 7, it's not going to work. Or Windows 8 Server 2012. For that also they removed the support for MongoDB, the current version 4.4 plus. If it is Windows 0.81 and server support is, 2000 server 2012 R2, so then support removed in MongoDB 4.4. So for that operating system also it won't allow. So what my suggestion is actually instead of Windows 7, 8, so basically it's good to maintain Windows 10 operating system actually. At that time only we can able to work with MongoDB 4.4 plus version actually. Okay. And the next point is MongoDB installation point of view. MongoDB Enterprise is available for MongoDB Enterprise subscribers and includes several additional features when compared to community server. So what the point is actually, basically, as I already told you, there are two types of variations are there in MongoDB database server. One is community oriented MongoDB server and other one is enterprise server actually. Enterprise server is for the users who are ready to subscribe actually, who are ready to subscribe. So they can get more facility when compared to community server. So in our point of view, actually as a beginner, as a learner, what my suggestion is community server is enough for us actually. You just need to install community server. Install MongoDB on Windows using the default MSI installation wizard. As I already told you, there are two variations are there for software. So the availability of software actually. One is the MSI installation, the downloader .exe file is available as MSI installation wizard, or it's a zip file format. So what my suggestion is actually, so better to install MSI oriented wizard in your machine actually, especially Windows machine. MongoDB 4.4 Community Edition supports the following 64-bit version of Windows x86-64 architecture. To say what my point is actually, it supports the MongoDB 4.4 edition will support like Windows 10 operating system. Actually, that either it may be x86-64 architecture. It will support both the operating systems actually. Okay. So to download the MongoDB community.msi installer, we just need to refer this link actually. Can you please see that the same website which is used to download the MongoDB database software, that is www.mongodb.com/try/download/community tck equal to .server. Okay, so I'm just going to better to copy this one instead of present I'm unable to copy it. I'm just trying to open it directly from my see there. It is going to open it. Oh, perfect. Actually, this is the MongoDB server. Can you please see that? Choose which type of development is best for you. Cloud or on-premises, tool, mobile, and that. See that? There are two types of servers. One is MongoDB Enterprise server and other one is MongoDB Community server. So what my suggestion is actually as a beginner, you can able to work with community server because enterprise server we need to subscribe that one actually. So in MongoDB community server, the current version is 4.4.6, actually 4. There are different versions like 3.4.24, 3.6, 4.0, 4.2, 4.4.4, 6 is the current version actually. Okay. So now what my suggestion is actually community server, I'm just going to download it. So every software is available in two variations. So the MongoDB also has a MSA format and other one is zip format. So what my suggestion is better to download this MSA format actually. So you just need to click on download button. So I already installed actually. So that's the reason I'm not going to install it again. Okay. So you just need to install it actually on your machine. So once install it actually, so you just need to install it just like with some Same procedure like what I mean, any kind of software we are going to install it with a simple order like next, next to finish. Actually, in the same way, you can able to download this one also, MongoDB also. Okay, so I hope I kept it at D drive, required softwares, and the database name is MongoDB. So I have the version 4.2.6 actually. I think so downloaded MongoDB 4.4 also actually. I just need to check it. Yeah, see there. MongoDB software. Yeah, this one is the current version 4.4.4 signed version. I already installed this one actually. So what you need to check is once you are installed the MongoDB software properly in your machine, then you need to recheck it whether it is installed properly or not by just going to C drive, program files, and MongoDB server 4.4 is the version, and this was the bin which is used to run our server actually. Basically, Mongo and Mongoose commands. Sorry, Mongo and MongoD command. Okay, and so data is which is used to maintain your collections information actually. Okay, so this is the procedure. Once your and your directory, I mean, say the MongoDB directory, if it is contains all the folders, then the meaning is actually yes, you install the software successfully. Okay, you install the software successfully. So after that, what I need to do actually, once the software is installed, actually, what my suggestion is instead of running the MongoDB database server by using these two commands. One is MongoD command and other one is Mongo command actually. So see there, I'm just going to run it. So MongoD command, see there, it is going to start the server. Okay. So .exe file this is going to run, and after that minimize it, and I'm just going to open the Mongo command, actually, Mongo shell. See there. So Mongo shell is open, and you may need to run the commands actually. I mean to say live. I mean to say, for example, use or otherwise I just want to check DBs or show DBs. Yeah, see there. There are different DBs, actual database administrators like admin, config, local, MyDB, okay, sample DB. All these are the databases actually. Okay, so you can able to communicate with any database. Okay, you can able to communicate with any database. But what my suggestion is, instead of opening this command prompts like this, can you please exit this one? After that, better to maintain this tool, Robo 3T 1.3.1, Robo 3T. So instead of the command prompt view, actually it can use it for getting better view all the collections and documents or databases of our MongoDB database actually. Okay, so now you are able to see the collections and functions and users, all these things actually. You can able to see the tables, the collection information also. All these are the documents actually in the form of key value pair or not, like e number, rename, e address, and ID, some primary, some key actually, unique key. Okay, which is generated by the MongoDB by default actually. You don't need to bother about this object ID, I mean unique ID. And once you, I mean, so what my suggestion is actually once you install this Robo 3T, you can able to communicate with that one by just creating a new connection, okay? Or you just need to click on manage connection, and whatever the connection you want, you can able to connect it by just clicking on that, okay? So, or if you want to create a new connection, basically you are just going to create it, and after that you are just going to pass the connection name, and for example, here I'm just going to give it as my connection. Okay, click on test. Just use it to check. Yeah, see there, access to the database is available. Okay, everything is perfect. It's a local database because it's running on port number 27017 and the IP address is local host actually. Okay, local host. So perform authentication.
database is admin, and password is, yeah, instead of the I'm just going to create some database name as test, and user name is some name like Raz, and password is Raz. You can able to give any name, but this will be authenticated file don't test databases RAWs actually because the database is not available. Okay. So already the new connection, the local host connection is there. Actually, you can able to communicate with this one directly. If you want to create it any new thing, then only you can go for this option actually. Okay. So I don't want to create any new connection. Actually, I just want to work with the previous connection. So that's the reason I'm just going to click on next. Actually, see there two times the local database connections opened. Actually, I'm just going to disconnect one thing because one is enough for us actually to work with that one. So the main purpose of this Robo 3T is it is giving some clear picture about your documents, collections, and database information actually. Okay. Yeah. After this one, I'm just going to focus on one more point, that is specify the data directory, that is installer need to create data directory where the MongoDB is going to install. I mean to say what the point is when you are working on MongoDB database. So what my suggestion is, it need to be contain this folder data. So DB actually. Okay, see there here I just created the folder name is data and the folder name is DB. Okay, so data and DB. So this is the way to create the installing the MongoDB database software and to run the commands properly. What my suggestion is, better to create some data folder and C drive actually. All they're going to store into this one actually. Okay. So this is the step you need to remember this one actually. So this is the mandatory step. Okay. And after this one, I'm just going to focus on the next slide, that is how to provide the connection, establishment of connection in between Express application and MongoDB. Okay. Express application and MongoDB. As I already told you, MongoDB is basically a NoSQL database, open source database. We can download it at free of cost. And here our requirement is we need to communicate from Express application to MongoDB database. So Express apps can use any database that can be supported by Node. So Express apps can use any database that can be supported by Node actually. I mean to say, basically Node also, we are going to work with some JavaScript objects actually, JavaScript syntax. Those are also, I mean the same thing of API, something JSON related things will be supported in MongoDB database also. I mean to say, we can able to work with, the point is we can able to work with from Express to MongoDB. That's the point. And second point is Express itself does not define any specific additional behavior or requirement for database management. I mean to say, there is no restriction. That is, I mean to say, if it is Express is the, I mean to say, Express framework is going to communicate with some only the specific database like MySQL, or if there's some any SQL Server database or Oracle database. Okay, there is no specific database actually. I mean to say, the point is Express is not any limitation actually. Express itself does not define any specific additional behavior or requirement for database management. I mean to say, the point is you can communicate with any database by using Express.js web application. Okay. And third point is there are many popular options, including PostgreSQL, MySQL, Redis, SQLite, and MongoDB. So these are the databases we are using in current industry. So you can able to communicate with PostgreSQL from Express.js. You can able to communicate with MySQL from Express.js. You can able to communicate with Redis and SQLite database also, and MongoDB also. Okay. And one more point is, when choosing a database, you should consider things like time to productivity or learning curve, performance, easy of replication or backup, cost, community support, etc. So the meaning is, actually there are different database softwares are there in the market. So whatever the requirement, whatever project requirement in front of you, basically based on that you are going to select the database. And why we need to choose MongoDB? Basically, there are different aspects to select what the best database for your project requirement. Like it depends on like time to productivity or learning curve, performance point of view, or easy of replication or backup. As I already told you, in MongoDB, instead of storing the data in single database, okay, in single node, we are going to maintain multiple nodes actually. Basically, that feature is called replication. So, after that, cost point of view or community support, all these are the features actually, okay, etc. And one more point is, using an object data model or an object relational model. An ODM or ORM represents the website data JavaScript objects. Basically, we can able to communicate with the SQL oriented databases. At the same time, we are going to use some object data model ODM or object ORM framework, or object relational model actually. So this ODM or ORM, it represents the website data in the form of JavaScript objects, actually data JavaScript objects. I mean to say, what my point is, actually when you are ready to work with MongoDB, so in MongoDB you can able to work with some ORM framework, I mean interface, as an interface in between Express.js application and MongoDB database. The name is Mongoose. Okay, so using ORM and ODM, okay, object data model or object relational model, actually that often results, I mean say the point is actually in lower cost of development and maintenance actually. As I already told you, because the point is, these MongoDB databases follow the vertical maintenance support actually, but the Oracle database or MySQL, whatever it may be, those are in the horizontal support actually. So the main thing is, actually if you want to increase the system performance, actually instead of maintaining the single database, actually there we are, I mean in vertical model, sorry, in horizontal model, the MongoDB supports horizontal model. We are going to maintain some multiple instances actually instead of storing it to only one place. Okay. For example, we are going to divide the database space. I mean to say, if it is 500 GB is there, actually we are going to divide it as 250, 250 like this. Okay. So that's the reason it is obviously lower cost, and maintenance also is very easy. Very easy. Okay. And one more point is, actually Mongoose is a MongoDB object data modeling tool designed to work in an asynchronous environment. As I already told you, if you are ready to work with MongoDB, we are going to work with the Mongoose library, so that Mongoose library will work to support all asynchronous APIs actually. Just like JavaScript APIs, the Mongoose also can support asynchronous environment. Okay. So for the local library example and the rest of the topic, we are going to use the Mongoose ORM to access our library data. I mean, I'm just going to give you one simple example. Like for example, if you have observed any one libraries management is there actually. So in library there we need to maintain the books, as well as some users are going to search for the books, and there are different authors are there for the books. We need to maintain those information properly in the MongoDB database actually. So to access those library data from Express application to MongoDB database. Basically, we are going to communicate with one framework, I mean to say one ORM actually, that is called Mongoose framework. So Mongoose ORM2. Okay. So this ODM and database combination is extremely popular in Node community. So especially Express.js also runs on platform. I mean the backend platform is Node obviously. Even though that is the Express.js application, for that what the required resource actually? Node is the required resource. We need to check it whether Node.js is installed properly or not, when npm is installed properly or not actually. Because even though it is a ODM and database, this ODM and database communication is extremely popular in the Node community. Okay. And one more thing, document storage and query system looks very much like JSON actually. Okay. Very much like JSON. So what my suggestion is actually, when you are trying to implement Express apps, can use many different databases actually, and there are several approaches you can use for performing code operations like create, read, update, and delete. Okay. So basically, what database you need to choose, as you need to choose that I already told you. When choosing a database, you need to consider the points like time to productivity, learning curve, performance, easy of application or backup. I mean, easy of replication or backup, cost, community support, etc. Okay. I mean, we can't say that is one thing is the best database, single best database, because almost any of the popular solutions should be more than acceptable for a small to medium sized applications actually. Okay. So after that, the best way to interact with the connections is actually we can able to interact with some SQL, I mean to say SQL language using the database native query language SQL, or using an object data model ODM or an object relational model like ORM. Okay, where the data basically here the data is going to maintain the form of JavaScript object actually, which are mapped to the underlying database. But some ORMs are tied to a specific database actually, while can others provide a database agnostic backend actually. Okay. The very best performance can be maybe, I mean, sometimes we are going to get it by using SQL or by using sometimes with some NoSQL database also actually. Okay. Benefit of using ORM is that programmers can continue to think in terms of JavaScript objects rather than database semantics. This is particularly true if you need to work with different databases. I mean to say, in other databases, actually, we need to be aware of the schema design. I mean, say table design. I mean, say before storing the information, actually, we need to be focused on the table structure. Okay, because the table structure is a prerequisite for SQL related databases, actually, right? But here, there is no need of that one actually. And one more thing is, as I already told you, especially we are using NoSQL database for content management, okay, mobile applications. So if anything, which is maybe increase the data by just popular your application in a day, maybe thousand or lakhs of users are trying to register in our website, register in our app or website. Actually, we need to maintain the data properly. For content management, the best thing is actually the MongoDB is a suitable database. Okay. So this ODM and database combination is extremely popular for in the Node community actually. Okay. So there are many ODM and ORM solutions available on the npm package manager. But the best thing is actually Mongoose. Actually, what my suggestion is, Mongoose is the best one. After this, I'm just going to focus on. So Mongoose is the is you need to install it in your project. I mean, so you need to add this dependency to package.json. like just like any other dependency. To install this Mongoose module, you just need to run one simple command, that is npm install hyphen mongoose. So npm install mongoose hyphen save actually, which is used to add the library or dependency to the package.json. So installing mongoose, so for that you just need to add all its dependencies, including the MongoDB database driver. Okay. So one more thing is Mongoose require a connection to a MongoDB database. Then you can just use to require function, and you are going to connect it to the locally hosted database with simple function mongoose.connect. I mean to say, the point is, if you are ready to work with MongoDB database, for that the required module is Mongoose. We are just going to install that Mongoose, or we are just going to download that Mongoose in our application by just writing one simple command like npm install mongoose hyphen save. And after that, once installation is finished, you need to import this mongoose object into your project, am I right or not, into your application. So for that, what you need to write, you need to write constant or variable mongoose equal to require of mongoose. The require function is mandated to import it. So once the mongoose is importing your application properly, then only you are going to communicate with mongoose dot connect method actually. So models are defined using the schema interface. Okay, models are defined using the schema interface. I mean to say, before going to create the model, you need to be keep it into the schema structure. So this schema allows you to define the fields that can be stored in the document. I mean, as I already told you, in the form of key value pair, along with their validation requirements and default values also. Okay, so models are created from this schema. Okay, and there we are just going to use one method, that is mongoose dot model method. Okay, mongoose dot model method, which is used to create the model. Okay, model. So I'm just going to focus on the next thing, that is implement one simple application with this one actually. Okay, for that I'm just going to create one simple application actually, so that you'll get some better idea how to do this one actually. After that, we'll focus on the code actually what we implemented. Okay, so I'm just going to create D drive Express.js basics app, and here our application name is folder express to MongoDB. Okay, express to MongoDB. So the first point actually, for every application, the first step is we need to create package.json, which is used to maintain all the skeleton of, I mean to say, all the details of our application actually with a simple command npm init. Okay, I'm just going to pass all the details, the default details actually. Okay, perfect. Now see that package.json is created. Now I'm just going to import it into our Visual Studio Code, VS Code. Okay, so here, what's our application name? What's our project name? So that is Express to MongoDB. Express to MongoDB. Okay. So here, what the next step is actually, we just need to check how many modules are there. There is no dependencies at present actually. We need to, so we need to install it actually. So as I already told you, there are two modules required for our application development. One is, here I am implementing the application by using Express. So that's the reason I'm just going to install npm install express save. Perfect. It's going to download. Yeah, it's installed. See there. Can you please observe in the package.json the dependencies is created or not with one module express. And one more thing is in the same way, whatever requirement here, in the same way I'm just going to work on one more thing, that is I need to work with npm install the required module is mongoose save. Okay, and once you download this library, oh great, it's downloaded successfully. Now I'm just going to install one more module, that is npm install body parser save. So this module also required for me because I'm just going to implement one simple application. Just like with some form page. So to get the details of that form page, actually I'm just going to use this one. Okay, form body parser actually. Okay, body parser. So I'm just going to implement the logic. First, I'm just going to create the server. In a main page, I'm just going to make it as the main page as app.js and constant express equal to require of express and constant app equal to express. Okay, perfect. So we need to write app.listener. Port number is 4000. You can able to work with any port number. So I'm just going to write some confirmation message like console.log the server running on port number 4000. Save the program. So now I'm just going to run the application. So see there, clear it. Node app. See there. Now it shows that hey, the server is running on port number 4000. But the thing is actually here I'm not specifying any file. Okay. But what my intention is actually, along with this express module, we just need to define some routes. Okay. So for defining routes, I'm just going to write app.getup slash, and I'm just going to write the handler function. Handler with two parameters, request and response. Here I'm just going to write response.send of welcome to Express MongoDB world. Save the program. Now you need to restart your application. So node app. So now I'm going to run the server with some localhost and the port number is 4000 slash, and see that shows that hey, welcome to Express MongoDB world. Okay, Express to MongoDB world. Yeah, but what the thing is actually here in this application, what my intention is, I need to get some information from the some file actually, right? Some file. So I'm just going to write that file name as some login dot or otherwise sign up dot html. So in this sign up dot html, I'm just going to design the page with form action, some add user. Okay, so like I'm just going to write add user. So method equal to post. So instead of writing this one, I'm just going to get the suggestion like method equal to post. Right? So now I need to design the page properly. I just writing enter username, type equal to text, name equal to with some logical name username. And after that enter password with some name like input type equal to text and name equal to password. I'm going to write some break tags for giving some space actually. Okay, so after that, here I'm just going to write select gender, input type, or otherwise do one thing. Enter mobile number, okay. Input type equal to text, name equal to mobile number, or M number is the enough. So I'm just going to keep some break tags after this one. And the last one is I'm just going to keep some button like input type equal to submit and the value equal to sign up. Okay, sign in. So this program and see there here we just need to go close this tag. And after this I'm just going to write some h2 welcome to register, or otherwise here I'm just going to write please sign up here. I'm just writing on simple message. Okay, yeah, now perfect actually sign up.html. Now what my intention is, I need to be redirect to this view page actually when the user is clicking. I mean, so the user is running any routine actually, like the default route is slash. Okay, so now I can able to, how can I able to communicate with this one actually? So with the simple thing that is in the app.js page, instead of response.send method, as I already told you, I'm going to use send file method. So we need to specify the directory name plus of slash sign up dot html. Save the program. Now I'm going to restart the server. Just check it whether it is going to communicate with that page or not actually. So 4000 slash, see there. Please sign up here. Enter username, enter password, enter mobile number with some sign up button. Okay. So here one thing is some extra. This is the extra parenthesis. Yeah, now everything is perfect actually. Okay, we are able to redirect to this page when I click on slash. But what my intention is actually, when I click on this one, when I insert the information like username, password, and mobile number, it need to capture all the information. For that, what is the required module for us? As I already told you, we need to work with one more module. We already installed that one. What is the module name? Body parser. Okay, so I'm just going to import it into our application like constant body parser equal to require of body parser. That's the required module for us actually. Okay. So after this one, what we need to do is actually after getting the body parser, we need to use it. I mean, we need to write some middlewares to use the body parser like body parser dot JSON, and one more middleware is app.use of body parser dot URL encoded of extended. Okay, so with some true or false value. Actually, we are just going to pass it anything. Okay, I'm just going to pass it as true value. These are the middlewares which is required to work with the body. I mean, so request body. Okay, request body. And after this, I'm just going to focus on the getting the details of that one. Okay, with the method post method actually. Okay, app dot post method slash. Okay, so here I'm just going to write slash of add, or otherwise what I passed here, yeah, add user actually. Okay, so add user And now I'm going to write one handler function that is request and response. Okay, so here I'm going to write what my intention actually. I need to get it username equal to request.body.uname. Uname, that is a logical name actually. Okay, in the same way, constant password equal to request.body.password, and constant mobile number equal to request.body.mNumber. So I just need to check it all the logical names one more time. Yes, uname, pass, and these are the logical names which is used to get the information from HTML page to our server page. Okay, M number, everything is perfect. I'm just going to print this information into our browser, like response.send of username with some space and password with some space, and the last field is mobile number. Perfect, everything is. Now I'm just going to restart the server, node app, now 4000 slash, and I'm just going to insert the information like Ronald, and password is Ronald, and the mobile number is 85643 something. Okay, when I click on sign up, see there it shows Ronald, all these things. Okay, so but the only problem is actually here I'm just going to change it as I don't want to able to see the password actually, so that's the reason we just need to work with the attribute text password. Okay, I'm just going to restart the server and refresh it. So now slash, now I'm able to type the username as Ronald and the password is Ronald. See there, now it is showing some dot symbols, right? Now it's looking great. So, but what is our main agenda actually? So here our main agenda is I just need to store all the details of user. When I click on sign up button, then they need to be stored into the database. The database. Okay, so here I've just created the database name is some sample DB. Okay, so you can use this database or your wish actually. If you want to change it, you can able to change it, not a problem. So now further, what is the required module for us actually? As I already told you, one more module is required for us. The module name is constant mongoose equal to require of the name is mongoose. Perfect, right? Okay, so after this one, we need to write some promises actually, mongoose dot promise, which will help you to apply it in global. Okay, so global dot promise. Okay, global dot promise. So now what's our main agenda actually, we need to communicate with the database, right? So now here our real story begins. Okay, I mean to say up to this one, the get method, or after the parameters, I mean to say body person. I mean after the middlewares, I'm just going to communicate with the mongoose dot object is mongoose dot connect. Here we need to specify the URL of your database. So here the URL of my database is MongoDB colon double slash localhost. So we no need to pass the port number, but we just need to pass some database name, that is sample DB. Okay, sample DB. Yeah, perfect. Okay, this is the URL actually. I just want to communicate with this one, sample DB. And what is the next step actually? Once you are able to communicate with the method, connect the method, you need to focus on the schema design. The schema design. See there? I'm just going to create constant user schema, okay, constant user schema equal to new mongoose dot schema, mongoose dot schema. So here we need to keep username into string type and password is into string type. Okay. So now the next step is, once the schema implementation is completed, we need to focus on the model creation. Like I'm just going to create the model like constant user equal to mongoose dot model of, we need to specify the name of the collection. I mean, I'm just going to create user and the schema name is user schema. This is the way to create model. These are the three parts are very important for us when you are working with Mongoose. First, we need to communicate with Mongoose. This is the first step. I mean to say, we need to import the package. After that, we need to create the schema. This is the second step actually, and this is the third step actually. Okay. So here the problem is spelling mistake. Constant user equal to mongoose dot model of user and user schema. Okay. So now what my intention is, I need to store, oh sorry, along with the username and password, one more field also there actually, right? Username, string, password, string, oh sorry. So here at present I'm just going to pass the mobile number also in string actually. Okay. Mobile number into string type. Save this one. Perfect. So, but what is our agenda? We need to store all this information into database, that is into sample DB with some collection user. Obviously, it's going to create it as a users actually. First, check it whether is there any collection with that name users. Oh, it is already there. I'm just going to remove it. Drop this collection. Okay, perfect. So now we just need to write the post method, and after that we need to get all the information. So instead of this one, I'm just going to write with some constant data, all the data. I'm just going to get it from the new user, and we need to get from the request dot body. So now all the information is coming and from request dot body and stored it into my data. So now I'm just going to write data dot save method. Okay, save method. After that, we need to apply some promises actually if it is the condition is success or not actually. Okay, I'm just going to write item mongoose.save, and here I'm just going to write a simple message that is my data dot save of, okay, save method with some then with some confirmation message like item of okay. So here I'm just going to write some response dot send off. Okay, so name user save to database. Perfect, right? In case any error action. Okay, I'm going to say dot catch. We need to execute it. Okay, dot catch. Okay, so dot catch of the object name is error. So here I'm going to write one simple confirmation message that is response dot status of 400 dot send off unable to save user into database. Perfect, right? Perfect. So after this one, what's my requirement is actually going to check whether the data is stored into the database successfully or not actually. Save this program. I'm just going to restart the server, like clear it, node app, great. But it is running with some deprecation warnings actually. You can enable it, remove it by just passing use new URL parser, okay, to mongo client dot connect actually. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to write it one along with this URL. I'm just going to pass use new URL parser with some value to save this one. Again, I'm just going to communicate with the database node app. See there, it shows that. Again, it is giving some warning that is content server discovery and monitoring engine is deprecated and it will be removed to figure version. Use unified topology. I mean, say we need to use some other command, that is use unified topology. That is also true. Save this one. Again, I am going to run the server. Clear it. Node app. Yeah, see there, now the server is running port number 4000 without any warnings. Now I'm able to communicate with the base by just passing the root slash to the default root. The Ronald is the username and Ronald is the password, and the mobile number is something mobile number actually. When I click on sign up page, see that hey, it says that user save it to the database. We just need to check it actually in the sample DB. Okay, the collection is not created. I'm just going to refresh it. Can you please check it? Now it shows use. See there. Now I'm just going to open it actually. Oh, object ID is there, and but the version is also created actually. But the only thing is it is not inserted the information actually. So the problem is actually we need to get the information from vickers.body. Okay, so I just need to recheck it. It's a very simple application. So Express and body parser and app.user body parser.json and body parser.url encoded extended through Mongoose global.promise, and I'm just going to communicate with sample DB and new mongoose.schema actually constant user equal to new mongoose.schema. Okay, and the problem is actually username string and password is string and mobile number also string. The password, username. Yeah, I already created the name or user schema also actually. Okay, get method, the post method, new user of request.body. All the information is going to store into this one. I'm just going to create the constant user, the new user. I'm just going to create the object for that one request.body and user.save method, and everything is perfect actually. So the only thing is it is unable to store the information into the database side actually. Okay, so what the problem actually, we just need to check it. Okay, so that is, yeah, I'm just going to check it. We are going to, yeah, so there the problem is actually object ID and it shows the version is 0 only. There we need to be stored the information like username, password, and I mean to say mobile number actually. All these three fields are required. Okay, I'm just going to store it with a simple. Ready to try it one more time by just refresh the data. Okay, so restart the server, clear it, node app. Yeah, perfect. After that, I'm just trying to open the default page that is 4000. Okay. Now I'm just going to insert some information like Richard rich, and the mobile number is something mobile number. Okay, some mobile number, and here I'm just going to insert 24333. Okay, click on sign up button. See, it shows that actually the user saved to database with some information actually. Now the only thing is we just need to check into the data actually. So you can check it whether it is created actually, but it's unable to get it. I'm just going to check with some sign up dot your name equal to username, because the fields also need to be the same as this one, password, and mobile number. So this one, sorry, here also we need to change it, mobile number, or small fields. So whatever the schema we created actually, like username, password, mobile number, all are small letters, and here the logical name also, username, password, mobile number, all are the small letters. Okay, perfect. So restart the server. Node app. Yeah, the server is running. And I'm just going to run it actually 4000 something actually. After that, some Kiran, and the password is Kiran, and mobile number is some mobile number. Okay, click on sign up. Yeah, it shows that Chrome found the password that you used to data we recommended. Okay, just click on refresh, and yeah, see there, it's stored actually. So the only problem is actually we need to pass the username and password and mobile number fields same as the logical name, because we are just going to get it the information with the help of only request dot body, right? I mean, so all the information is coming from this logical names, and these logical names as well as the schema related fields both must and should be same actually. Okay, this is a very basic example actually. We just stored some information into the MongoDB database using Express.js application actually. Okay, with some Express module, body, password, with all these things. I hope this is enough for this session. Okay, thank you. Code application is nothing but the full form. Code or CRUD or STUD, all of the same meaning actually. I mean to say, code is nothing but C is nothing but create, update, read, and delete. Okay. So I need to implement one simple code application using Express.js and MongoDB. That basically we are using Express.js to implement web application. Express.js is a framework for building web applications on top of Node.js. It simplifies the server creation process that is already available in Node. In case you are wondering, Node allows you to use JavaScript as a server-side language actually. MongoDB is a database, so that is place where you store information of your websites or applications actually. So CODA is acronym for create, read, update, and delete. Is a list of operations we get servers to execute. Like basically we are working with post method, get method, put method, and delete method. Okay. So post is nothing but, as I already create is nothing but we are using post method to make something. Read is nothing but get method to get something. Update we are using put method to change something. delete, remove, delete method, which is used to remove something actually. Okay. So basically, we use this the same concepts for implementing the REST APIs actually. Okay. So I'm just going to implement one simple application on this code application with Express and MongoDB. Okay. So I'm not going to focus on the Mongoose framework actually, because to work with the MongoDB, there are two approaches actually. One is Mongoose. We can use the framework, or directly we can able to work with the MongoDB driver. Okay, so here I'm just going to focus on how to work with uh, Express and MongoDB, not with Mongoose actually. Okay, so then what is the prerequisites for my application development? So we just need two things. One is actually you just need to check whether, this application, Node.js is properly installed in our machine or not. Okay, that you need to check it. Okay, and one more is actually you need to check the npm also properly installed in your machine or not. Actually, these two things you need to check it actually. So once those things are installed properly, then you can able to implement the application. Okay, so I'm just going to create some. So here I'm just going to create one new folder. The application name is Express MongoDB. Perfect. Right? So now in Express MongoDB, what is the first step? When implementing the application, the first step is you need to create one file with the help of one simple command, that is npm init. The file name is package.json, which contains all the information of our application, like what are the dependencies, how to run the scripts actually, and what are the dev dependencies, what about the other repository, keywords, all the informations are there in package.json. So see there, package.json is created successfully. Now I'm just trying to open this one from Visual Studio Code. And what's our application name? So our application name is Express MongoDB. Okay. So go to File, open the folder. So the name is Express MongoDB. So this is our application. And at present, it contains only one file. The name is package.json. Okay. So there is no dependency. So what's your requirement? You are ready to work with one simple code application with Express and MongoDB, right? And MongoDB, right? So for that, what you need to do is actually, so you need to work on two required resources. Two dependencies. One dependency is you need to install Express --save. So that is going to take some time to download. Okay. Yeah. So the Express is added successfully to your package.json file. Can you please check it at dependency section? After that, I'm just going to install one more module. The name is MongoDB --save. So these two things were enough for project requirement actually. Okay. npm install MongoDB --save. And one more thing is actually here what my intention, I'm going to work on a simple code application. Assume that if any HTML page I implemented, for example, here my application implementation is on one simple sign up page, which contains lot of, some text fields, button. To get the information from those text file, we need one more module also, right? This is a very basic required module, that is npm install body -parser -save. These are the three required modules for our application development. So everything is installed perfectly, right? So can you please check it in the dependency section? All the three are available or not actually? Yes, right. So now what we need to do actually, so we just need to create some simple application using Express with some server. Okay. So for that, I'm just trying to implement one simple application that is app.js. And here I'm just trying to import the Express module. The first step is we need to import Express module, require of Express. And what is the second one actually? Constant Express equal to require of Express. And one more is constant app equal to Express function of it, right? So after that, we need to start one, say any routing with some path and handler function with request and response or the parameters. So here I'm just going to write some simple message that is response.send of welcome to code app. After this one, I'm just going to write one simple method which is used to pass the port number. Here I'm just going to pass the port number as 3000 and one simple confirmation message at the console side, like console.log the server running on port number 3000. Save the program. So now I'm going to start the application. So by the command node, the application name is app. See there, here it gives some confirmation message like the server running on port number 3000 successfully. So now what we need to do, we need to open browser and you need to check with some URL like HTTP localhost and what is the port number? 3000 is the port number, right? See that it shows that hey, welcome to code app. Welcome to code app. I mean to say we are implementing one simple skeleton actually. Okay, one simple skeleton which is start our Express web application actually. Okay. So after this one, what is my requirement? I need to implement the code application. So for that, what I need to do is I need to. There are two approaches to work with the MongoDB database. One is Mongoose, and other one is directly MongoDB database actually. Okay, MongoDB database. So what I need to do is actually I don't want to work with local database at this time actually because I already told you in our previous application how to work with local database. For that, this is the required tool, Robo3T, and here the local connection is this one with the default port number 27017. You can able to communicate with this one. So these are the databases actually. But at this time, I don't want to work with the local database. So at this time, I just want to work with some database cloud services. Cloud supported service. There is a MongoDB Atlas. What this MongoDB Atlas exactly? MongoDB Atlas is a cloud database as a service actually. So here we can get database as a service. Okay. So I'm just going to open this website. See there. So www.mongodb.com and here you can able to see there this is the MongoDB Atlas actually. So what is this MongoDB Atlas? The most innovative cloud database service on the market with unmatched data distribution and mobility across AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud, built-in automation for resource and workload optimization, and so much more actually. So there's a brief description actually. So here the point is you can get the MongoDB as a database as a service, and you can get it from any server like AWS, Google Cloud, and Azure, and all the services. In all the services, you can able to get this feature. Okay, so I'm just going to work with this MongoDB Atlas for my program implementation actually. Okay, so to work with this MongoDB Atlas, the first thing is you need to sign up actually. You need to create an account on MongoDB Atlas. So once you are done with that process, you just need to sign in actually, okay, with your credentials actually. So I'm just going to, say passing some details like login with Google, and here I just try to communicate with my email address because I created some account with this email. Okay, and after that, it's taking some time actually. Okay, yeah, perfect. Now it's looking great. So once it is opened, actually, what you need to do is you need to create some new project. So here I just created some project. The name is some chart app actually. Anything you can able to create any project. And what the next step? The next step is you need to create some cluster actually. You need to click on the clusters. So you need to build one cluster actually. So see that there are multiple options, some subscribed option, like you need to pay $0.13 per hour or 0.08 per hour, or you can able to create some cluster also actually. Okay. So what I'm just going to do is actually I'm just going to create a cluster. It's a free of cost actually because I don't want to subscribe actually. Okay. It's a free of cost. So I'm just going to select. So monthly estimated is free of cost actually. So there are a lot of services, AWS, Google Cloud, Azure, whatever it may be. I just selected AWS, and I'm just going to select Asia and that Mumbai. Okay, you can select any option that is your wish. Okay, and see there M0 sandbags. This is the cluster type with some cluster name. So for example, if you're not interested with this name, actually you can able to change this cluster name. I'm just going to change it as the cluster name as first. Okay. After that, what we need to do, we just need to click on create cluster. Create cluster. Okay. So the thing is actually it takes just some time actually approximately 5 minutes actually it will take. So you need to wait approximately 5 minutes for the cluster creation. When the cluster is ready, then we need to be focused on the other steps actually. Okay. So it takes some time. Okay. Fine. Your cluster is being created. Okay. Your cluster is being created. So meantime, I'm just going to check on the remaining processes. I mean to say like what exactly database access. Okay. So we need to arrange some more settings actually. That's what my point actually. So I'm just going to remove the previous credentials. Actually, I don't want to work this one. So I'm just going to create a new database user with some password authentication. So assume that here my username is, I'm just going to assign it as a admin and the password is admin. Okay. And what we need to do is we just need to add this user. Perfect. And you need to focus on network access also. Present, I don't want to work with this one. So the network access is nothing but because the what is your IP address actually in the current IP address. See there, add current IP address is going to add the current IP address. Okay. So this IP access, I mean to say, allows you client to connection to a cluster from entries in the project section, IP address list. So I'm just going to confirm that one, the current IP address. These are the three procedures you need to do actually. One is creating the cluster, I mean, so build a cluster. And the second one is you need to maintain some credentials in terms of database point of view, like database username and password. And the third step is actually you need to focus on network access. So the network access also going to take some time actually to create it. Okay. So after that, can you please check it whether the cluster is created properly or not? Actually, see the cluster, but still keep on going. Actually, no issue. Meantime, so just take some time. Depends on your network bandwidth. Okay, I'm just going to create one simple view, please. Actually, okay. So here what my intention is, I'm just working on one sign up page actually. So here the page name is like signup.html. Okay. Form action equal to. So what my intention is, I'm just going to add some user related information, user register details from this HTML page to our database. Okay, database. So that's the reason. Here I'm just keeping the action is some URL pattern, that is add user, and I just want to work with the post method. So here I'm just writing some labels like enter, or better to write here, I'm just writing enter. Okay, h2 welcome to uh, Twitter, Facebook sign up page. So I'm just writing some title actually. After that, here I'm just writing some label like enter username, input type equal to text, and name equal to some logical name actually like username. Okay, keep some break tags. After this one, I'm just going to keep one more label actually like enter password. So here input type equal to instead of text actually I'm just going to work with password with some logical name. The logical name is password, and keep some break tags. And the last one is enter mobile number. Write the label properly. Input type equal to, here also this one also I'm just taking it as a text only. Input type equal to text, name equal to mobile number, and keep some break tag. And the last one is I'm just going to keep some submit button like submit, and value equal to register. Register. Save the program. Okay, save the program. And now what my intention is, I just need to communicate with this page from my server page. How can I? So for that, what you need to do is you need to write one simple statement, that is response dot send file, and that is you need to specify with the directory name where exactly it is located, like signup.html. Save the program. Now restart the program. Node app, the server is running on port number 3000, and now see the 3000. Oh, yeah, the problem is sign up is not defined. What is the page name actually? Signup.html. Directory name. Oh, sorry. Here we need to specify within the double quotation actually. Signup.html. Save the program. Now I'm going to restart the server. Node app. The server is running on port number 3000. Okay. And now I just need to restart the page. Yeah. See there. Now it is showing great, right? Like welcome to Twitter, Facebook sign up page. Okay. So better to write some simple description. There is a spelling mistake like welcome. Now I think it's looking great. Yeah, see there. Oh, welcome. Spelling mistake. Yeah, now it's looking great. Welcome to Twitter, Facebook sign up page. Enter username, enter password, enter mobile number, and with some registered button actually. Okay, registered button. So what my intention is, I need to store all these details into our MongoDB cluster. This is not the local database. MongoDB at class is the cloud database, which comes as a database as a service actually. Okay. So if you want to communicate with that one actually, so you need to get that address. To say URL. We call it as URL. Okay. See there? Yeah, the cluster is created successfully. Now I'm going to communicate with one option that name is connect actually. Okay, so connect your application. So now what I need to do, so in connect your application, see there, we just need to copy this one actually. This one is the URL. Okay, and I'm just going to paste into my application. So where it is exactly in the app.js. So what's my requirement? I need to communicate with the, I mean to say the URL actually. So before that, what you need to do is you can better to paste it at any notepad. Okay, after that, what you need to do is you need to change it, the username and password. Those are there here. MongoDB SRV admin is the username, and what is the password actually? We given the password as admin, right? Admin. This is the password actually. Save the proof. Oh, so you don't need to save it actually. Just keep it as a reference. Okay. So now what my intention is, I need to work with the MongoDB database. For that, what is the required module for us actually? So the required module is MongoDB. We already downloaded that dependency into our application actually. So now I'm just going to work with that one actually. Okay. So for that, this next step is you need to take the support of constant MongoDB equal to require of the MongoDB. Perfect, right? After that constant, one more module also required to get the information from the view page to our server page, right? So what is the required module? So body parser equal to, we need to write body parser equal to require of body parser. Perfect, right? So now what we need to do? So along with this MongoDB, we need to take the support of Mongo client actually. So see there, it is a creative one new Mongo client instance, which is used to pass some connection URI string and some options actually with some callback functions, which is used to return the results actually. Okay. So this Mongo client instance is required for us to work with the MongoDB database properly. Okay. So here after this one, what I'm trying to do is actually I'm just trying to communicate with MongoDB database that can be happened with the help of Mongo client instance. So Mongo client dot, there is a method connect method which is used to communicate with the database. Mongo client, Mongo connect. So before that, we need to get the connection string actually, connection, some object name that is connection string. I mean, say URL actually. Connection string is nothing but whatever the MongoDB class cluster name is there. I'm just going to specify here. Okay, so this is our connection string. Now I'm going to communicate to, I mean, with to this URL actually. I'm just going to specify what exactly the connection string. Okay, after that, after specifying the connection string, what we need to do, we need to specify some, I mean, say options actually, which is used to overcome the problems of deprecated. Okay, so use new URL parser true. Otherwise, instead of this one, you can directly work with use unified topology is true. Okay, and after this one, what my intention is, I just need to check whether I'm able to work with database or not actually. I mean, say after passing the connection string information as well as use unified topology some option, I'm just going to work with one callback function actually. So after this one, I'm just going to pass some callback function like error comma client. So here I'm just going to write in case if result, okay, if it is success actually, then I'm just going to write one simple message that is better to write the first one is error. If in case error, return console dot, okay, console dot error information actually, okay, console dot error with some error object. So in case there is no error actually, then I'm just going to write one simple message, that is console.log of database connected. Database connected. Okay. See there, what happened actually when I run this one. I'm just going to stop the server and restart it. Let's clear node. What is the name actually? App. The server page name is app. See there. Hey, it shows that database is connected actually. I mean to say, now we are able to communicate through, with this cluster actually. Now we can able to work with this cluster. Everything is perfect. Okay, everything is perfect. But still the problem is actually here I'm not created any collections. Okay, here I'm not created any collections. So what my intention is actually, you can able to create the collection and creation of the database. You don't need to bother about those things. Those can be done automatically. So you just need to write some logic related to that one. Okay. So once one thing is confirmed actually, that is we are able to communicate with the database. Okay. Now, instead of this callback function, this is the old approach actually, right? I mean, say connection string with some callback function, and we are going to write some information, right? So instead of this, actually, MongoDB also supports promises. If you want to use promises instead of callbacks, you just need to change the logic actually. Okay, I mean to say like, I'm just going to change it. I don't want to pass this information. After this one, what I'm trying to do is, okay, perfect. So after that, I'm directly writing the then function. Promises is nothing but which is used to resolve the success point of view. We are using dot then, or any error point of view we are using dot catch actually. Okay. So dot then. So here I'm writing one simple message like client. Okay. So client, and here I'm just writing console or otherwise response dot, instead of that one, I'm just writing console dot log of connected to database. Okay. In case any catch condition, then I'm just going to write some error. Sorry, I mean to say some error, and here I'm just writing console dot error of error. Okay. Otherwise, you can keep the, this is only object, I mean, it's a name. You can type it as a error, any object name. Okay, so now we just implemented the same logic with the help of callback, sorry, promises actually. Okay. Save this program. So this is about dot then, and this is about dot catch. Okay. So save this one. So even though still it is showing some problem actually, that is Mongo client dot connection string, and use unified topology is true after the dot then function. So here's the problem actually. So client, you need to keep symbol. Save the program. Now I'm just going to restart the server actually. Okay. So restart it by node. What is the class name? That is app actually. File name is app. Yeah, see there, it is showing that yes, the server is running on port number 3000, and we are, I mean, successfully communicate with the database properly. Okay, database properly. But the thing is, every time we are just trying to communicate with this default database actually, I mean, so we are not created any database, but by default it can able to work with one default database. The database name is, this is the my first database is the default. I don't want to work with this my first database actually. So if you want to change it, So if you want to change the database name, so basically what you need to do is you need to little bit change the code. You can name it anything you want actually. Okay, I'm just going to keep the name like after the dot then function queries, yeah, connected to the database, and after this one I'm just going to write constant db equal to client dot db, and here I'm specifying by the database name as simple or user d, whatever the name actually, that is your wish, you can able to mention. Okay, user db. And after that actually, I mean, so I just created some new database name actually, because my requirement is I'm working on some sign up page, right? So for the sign up point of view, here I just make it as a name as user db. Okay, so now whatever the logics you are going to write, I mean to say communicate from MongoDB to server, we need the db variable every time to write some different to work with different commands like create, update, read, delete. Okay, we just need to keep this one into Mongoose client then call actually, I mean saying the then promise. So now I'm just going to focus on the code actually. Before the code actually, we need to specify what the exact collection name. Okay, where exactly you want to store your all your users information. So we need to create a collection before we can store items into a database. Here's a simple analysis to help you clear up the terms in MongoDB. I mean, say, just like, I mean, assume that, for example, database is just like a room and that contains some boxes actually. Your database is different, collection is different. That's what my point. Okay. So, like databases, you can name the collections also anything you want. Okay. So, as per my requirement, actually, I'm just going to make it as the name as constant collection. Sorry, I'm just going to make it as a user collection is equal to db dot collection, and what is the name is actually user details is the name actually, user details. Okay, save this program. Okay, save this program, user details. So now what my intention is, I just specify some name actually, the name as user details. Okay, now we need to work on one by one. What is the first one actually? So in terms of code application implementation, the first part is we need to focus on create. Create is nothing but we need to, I mean to say, push some data actually. We need to insert some data into that. Okay. So we can use the insert one method to add user details into MongoDB collection. That's what my point actually. Okay. So that's the reason what I'm trying to do is I'm just going to write the simple logic in the then function only, like app dot post method. So what is the URL actually? Add user is the routing path, and I'm just going to work with some callback function. So handler function, that is request comma response. And here we need to write one simple thing, that is our intention is we need to store information like insert one of, okay, insert one of request dot body. We need to capture every information from the HTML page actually. So to capture those information, we need to work with the body actually, request dot body. So body parser is the module which is used to get information. Okay, request dot body, and after that I'm just going to write, okay, so app dot post of some URL, I mean say URI pattern, I mean say endpoint after the request comma response, and I just specified the collection name is user collection dot insert one of request dot body. So after this one, what we need to write is actually we need to work with some promises actually. Okay, like if it is successfully inserted, then dot then is going to execute actually. So dot then result Here I'm just writing one simple confirmation statement, that is user inserted or user registered, better to write user registered successfully. Okay. In case any problem, I'm just going to write it using the catch block actually. Okay. So dot then is one promise and one more is dot catch actually. Okay. Dot catch. So here we need to write some object name like error. So we need to represent that error actually. Okay. So like error. So response dot better to write status 404 and send of user not registered or user, yeah, instead of this one actually if any error is coming, so we need to capture that information at uh, console side. Okay, that would be better. Okay, everything is perfect actually, right? Okay, so what my intention is, when the user click on submit button, once he fill up all the details of username, password, mobile number, all these things, and when click on the register button, then it need to be communicate with this page, app.js page. And here can you please observe add user is the action actually. So in the HTML page we pass the same thing like add user. So based on this add user, the post method is going to execute and it stores all the information into the collection. The collection name is, the object name is user collection, and what is the collection name we specified? User details. And this user DB and user collection both are not created by us manually. Both are can be created automatically actually. Okay, now you just need to save the program. I'm just going to restart the server, clear it, like node app. Yeah, the server is running on port number 3000 and connected to the database successfully. So now what we need to do, so we need to run the program. So 3000 and it shows this HTML page. I'm just going to insert the information like Ronald, and the password is Ronald @123, and the mobile number is any mobile number actually. So when I click on registered button, see what happened. See that. Okay. So cannot post. But the URL pattern actually is not going to communicate with this post method. App dot post with the symbol add router. Okay. Add user. I just want to add this user information from signup.html page to this one actually. Okay. So what happened to this one? I meant to say app.js signup.html. When I click on this one, form action, add user, to save the program. Again, I'm trying to restart the server like node app. Server is running on port number 3000 and enter username, some XYZ. First, we will check with some default uh, information, some testing information like any phone number. What happened? Why it is not communicating with the post method? App.js, signup.html. On signup.html too, we need to communicate with the post method app.post. Okay, app.post. But it is not going there. The problem is, I think so. We need to check it the code one more time actually. I think so. This is the end of the catch block. This is the catch block is there. Do one thing actually. I'm just going to keep this one into signup.html. Where is the form action? Oh, sorry. That's not the form action. Sorry, we need to close it actually. The form. Save the program. Now we just need to restart it. Node app. Okay. And now 3000. We call register. Some name actually. Anything actually. Okay. Any password, any mobile number. Click on register button. Problem is actually okay. Here the form is ended actually. That is the problem. Save the program. Better to restart the server. Clear it. Node app. The server is running and connected with the database successfully. 3000. And now I'm just passing some test oriented details. Click on register. Okay. Why this HTTP is not able to work with the post method app.js? So app.post is cannot post. Why like this? We already worked with all the. Do one thing. I'm just going to copy this one and trying to paste here. I need to say after user collection. Better to inform. Oh, sorry. Here the problem actually. Sorry, form action. Okay, that would be the better thing actually. So Control Z. I don't want to keep this app.get method into there. Okay, now everything is perfect. So now I'm just going to write this one also not required. Save the program. I'm just going to restart the server one more time like node app. Yeah, the server is running 3000 and connected to the database successfully. Now I'm just going to insert information like Ronald is the username and Ronald @123 is the password and the mobile number is 908 any number actually. Okay, I'm just entering some number. Register. Okay, I think so some problem. Cannot read property underscore ID of undefined app.js at line number 13. What's the problem? We need to just check it actually. Or check it here whether the database is created internally or not. We just need to click on refresh. Okay, still there is no databases are available in the first cluster. Okay, so what we need to do is cannot read property underscore ID of undefined type error. MongoDB operations collections.js line number 519. Line number 13 app.js at line number 13 says there is some problem. So the problem is, yeah, sorry, I forgot to use some middlewares actually. Without middlewares, we are unable to work with this body parser, right? App.use of body parser, sorry, app.use of one thing, body parser dot JSON, and one more middleware also we need to use, that is body parser dot URL encoded. There we need to pass the extended value true. Perfect. So these are the middlewares required actually. I'm just going to restart the server node app. The server is running on port number 3000 and connected to the database successfully. So now I'm just going to start the home page 3000 and Ronald or Robert is the username and Robert @123 is the password, and some mobile number like 955. Okay, click on register button. See there, it shows that hey, user is registered successfully. We just need to check it whether the user is successfully, not in the local database, right? So we just need to check it into here. So I'm just going to refresh and check it. Okay, it is retrieving the see there. Here the user DB is created automatically, and user details, the collection also created automatically. And check it actually. See there, username Robert, password is Robert @123, and the mobile number is 955 something. Okay, so this is the way to insert some information using the post method actually. Okay. In the same way, what my intention is actually, I just need to work on the put method actually. I just want to change something. Okay. I just want to change something at that time. Okay. Before writing the update logic, actually, the first thing is once we enter something, actually, I need to get that information actually. So for that, I'm just going to insert some more records also. Okay, like yeah, like click on back button, and at this time, I'm just going to send some information like Kiran. The password is Kiran @123, and some mobile number like 9908 something. Click on register. So this user also registered actually. Can you please check it in the database? Okay, so what you need to do is every time you just need to click on one option. So what is the option? That is refresh. Then only you are able to see the list of documents actually. See there? Kiran @123, the phone number actually. Okay, again I'm just going to insert one more record also, like some name Richard, and Richard @123, and some phone number like anything you can enter. Okay, perfect. So register. See that this user also successfully registered in our website actually. Now we are able to see his information in the cloud database. So just check it by just click on the refresh button actually. Okay, so refresh. Now see there, the list of documents we are able to see. Yeah, Richard 123 is the password. So now I need to get all this information actually. I mean, say I need to work on the read in the third point of view. The first step is create, and the second one is read actually. Okay, so for that, I'm just going to write one simple method to get the information with the help of one method, that is app.get method /get user, yeah, get users. That's enough. Okay, one callback function, so request comma response. So here I need to write, so what's my intention actually? I need to get all his details, right? So for that, I'm just going to write one simple function actually. As you know that one, we are using find method actually. Okay, we are using find method to get the information. So I'm just going to write user collection dot find method, and we need to specify there in the find method. Okay, sorry, this is not user collection actually. So here we need to write db dot collection. So the collection name is user underscore details, and dot find method, and I'm just going to convert it as into two array. Okay, two array. And after this one here, I'm just writing some dot then promise. Okay, like result. So console dot log out. Otherwise, I'm just going to get it into the JSON type. Response dot JSON, and here result is the object. Okay, and otherwise one more thing is we just need to write, in case any error, I'm just going to print that information into console, like console dot error of, okay, so save this one. So now restart the server. Node app server is running on port number 3000, successfully connected with the database. And now I'm just going to change the get method request. Actually, what my intention here, I need to get the user's information. Get user. See there, it lists out all the information on that, like ID, username, password, mobile number. Okay, all the information actually. This is about read actually, reading the details. So in terms of, I mean, say application, two things are successfully completed. One is getting the users to push the information into the database, and one more part is getting the all the details actually. And the second one is we need to focus on actually the how to update the things actually. So, for example, if in the collections for the Kiran, I don't want to. I just want to change. I don't. I just want to update the password as well as mobile number. At that time, how can I implement the logic actually? Here also actually we just need to write some method using the put operation actually. Otherwise, you can write the same thing in the post method also. I will show you both the things actually how to work with that one. Okay. So for that, what you need to do is actually, I'm just going to write the simple logic, like for update point of view. Better to highlight this one. So this is code point of view. This is the create, and this is one read. Okay. After that, I'm just focusing on the next part, that is update. Update. So for update point of view, I'm just going to write app.post/update user with some callback function request comma response. We need to specify the collection object actually, that is user collection dot. There is a method actually. So this is the method find one and update. Okay, find one and update. Where exactly you want to do the update operation, we need to specify it. Okay, we need to specify it. So I just want to change it, and in place of actually, let's do one thing. Okay, so here what I'm just going to write is, I just want to do the update operation at so and so specific username. Actually, the username is some Kiran. Okay, after specifying the username, what you need to do is you need to use some set operator to update the information actually, right? So keep some comma symbol, and after that I'm just going to write some other information like dollar set. Okay, dollar set, keep the colon. Okay, and we just need to pass the information. Sorry. So within the curly braces, you need to write the logic. Dollar set up. So we need to specify what is the password. So the password is request.body.password, and what is the mobile number? Okay, so mobile number is request.body.mobile number. We need to pass it actually. Okay, request.body.mobile number. These two details, what my intention is, I just want to update this information. And the existed username is Kiran actually. So on that Kiran actually, what my point is, I need to update these details. I mean say password details as well as mobile number details actually. Okay, mobile number details. After this one actually, what we need to do is we need to keep one more option actually. So the option name is, we need to pass upset information as true actually. So what is the meaning of this upset actually? So the upset can help you if the record is already there, it is going to update. If the record is not there, then what happened? It is going to create one new record there actually. Okay, so I think so. After this one, I'm just going to write one promise, which is use it to dot then. So here I'm writing some result. So one object here, I'm just writing some confirmation message like response.send. So record updated successfully. Okay. So now perfect. In case any catch actually, so then what happened? We need to do. We need to catch out that error information like by just writing console dot error of error information. Save this program. Now everything is perfect. Okay, everything is perfect. This is about update story. Okay, so now I'm going to start the server, restart the server again to recognize the new things. Node app, the server is running on port number 3000. Oh, but here I forget one point actually. So from this one, from add user, instead of add user, I'm just going to write the name as update user. Update user. Save the program. So I'm just going to start the server again. Node app, the server is running on port number 3000. Everything is perfect. Okay. So now what my intention is, from here onwards, I need to change the password of Kiran as Kiran. Kiran is the password, and the mobile number is this number actually. So I just want to click on register. It need to call. See the record updated successfully. We just need to check it whether in the database the record is really updated or not actually. So for that, what we need to do, we just need to click on refresh option. Okay, and can you please observe here that is the record is updated or not? So see there, Kiran. Hey, see there, Kiran is the username, and the password is changed, and the mobile number also changed. Actually. So, but we did this one with the help of post method actually, post method, because our HTML will support only. I mean, so when we are able to communicate with only two methods, one is get and other one is post method. So if you want to write this logic actually into the put method, but you are unable to check it from browser side, but for that there is one tool actually. Okay, so here you can keep it as same as in the signup.html. The name is add user. So, but the put method is not going to get it from the browser actually. I mean to say what my point is here. I changed the method name, right? So I'm just going to restart the server, Node app. I'm just trying to communicate with the update, put method actually. Is there any possibility? Can you please check it actually? For example, if I'm just trying to type some XYZ, okay, some password, some mobile number. Oh, before that actually, I'm just trying to change it as a add user is the common one, and here update user. In the form action, we need to change it. Update user. Save the program. Now start the server. Node app. Everything is perfect. Now I'm going to communicate with 3000, and after entering like Kiran is the username and some password, some mobile number, then what happens? See that when I click on register, it shows that hey, there is no such type of post method. I mean to say by the browser, from the browser we do the two operations. One is get and post actually. So at that time you can able to check with one tool that is Postman, which will help you same as browser actually, but there you can work with any type of method. I mean to say HTTP methods, all the methods it supports like get method, post method, put method, delete method, all these things actually. Okay. So here I'm just going to keep the put method and localhost. And what is the port number actually? So the port number is 3000. And what is the URL? Update user. Okay. And from the body, before the body, you need to set some content type, header information like content type application JSON and body. So here in this, from the body, you can able to change the username details. Like for example, username is Kiran, and I'm just trying to pass a new password. Like password is Kiran @Kiran is the password, and the mobile number is, I'm just going to pass it as like 988776655. Okay, see there. Now I can able to connect with the put method, which is there in our program. Yeah, it says that actually the record is updated successfully. Okay, I'm just trying to drag it. See there, record updated successfully. You just need to check it in the database side whether the record is really updated or not. Okay, so for that you just need to click on refresh button and check it whether the Kiran record is updated or not. Yes, see there, Kiran @Kiran and 988 something. And the last operation is on delete actually. Okay. So update is successfully completed, and now I'm going to focus on delete. One more operation, delete operation. So here also I'm just able to write one simple method, that is delete method, with some delete user, and after that keep the request and response. It's a callback function. So now what my intention is, from here I need to delete the user details actually. Okay, so for that, same as we are just going to work with this one method actually. So delete one method actually. Okay, so I'm just going to work with the delete method. Okay, by just passing what exactly the user you want to delete actually, what exactly the user information you want to delete. Okay, so then I'm just going to write what is the collection object name, user collection dot delete one, and here you need to specify the username, what exactly you want to delete. For example, here I want to delete the username as Kiran. Okay, I just specified the username as, oh, better to get it from the body instead of directly passing. I don't want to pass it. Okay. Request dot body dot username. Okay, request dot body dot username. I just passed the delete one with some information, and after that I'm just writing some promises like dot then with some result. So response dot send off, within the double quotation I'm just writing record deleted. In case any problem, we are just going to handle it with cat block error, and here I'm writing console dot log off some error or log whatever it may be, not a problem. Okay, save the program. So now I'm just going to restart the server. So clear it. So node app. So now we need to communicate with the delete method. So I'm just trying to change it to the delete method, and instead of this URI, I'm just going to change it as delete user, and from the body I'm just going to pass only one detail. I mean the username detail actually, like Kiran. So when click on the send button, what happened? It shows that record deleted. Can you please check it whether the record is really deleted or not? Okay. So for that, what you need to do, you just need to click on refresh button and see there. At present, only two records are available: Richard and Robert. Kiran record is not there because the record is deleted. This is the simple way to implement the code application with only MongoDB actually, without the support of Mongoose. Without the support of Mongoose. See the this one. Okay. How simple it is, right? And one more thing is actually the delete logic also you can able to write in the post method, and you can do it actually because from the browser on we are just going to work with only two methods in the form action point of view. One is either get method or post method actually. Otherwise, you can able to write the lot of all these methods like put method, get method, delete method. You can able to check it from the postman also actually. Okay, postman also. I'm going to show you how to implement a simple project using Express.js. So here our project name is Hackathon app using Express.js. So I mean to say, today I'm going to give you one simple hackathon template actually. Based on that, you will implement any kind of application. There I'm just going to integrate all the APIs actually. I mean to say third party APIs. So for that, I already implemented one application actually. So the application name is, I'm just trying to open it, VS Code. Yeah, the application is in D drive. I mean to say in my system actually I placed in D drive Express.js basic apps, and the application name is Hackathon app. So I'm just trying to open it. Yeah. So this is the structure actually. Okay. So this is the skeleton. So which I implemented the entire project based on MVC2 principles actually. Okay. As a MVC2 architecture. Hope actually hackathon is nothing but if you have attended any hackathons in the past, then you know how much time it takes to get a project started. So decide on what to build, pick a programming language, pick a web framework, pick a CSS framework. Okay, am I right or not? So a while later, you might have an initial project up on GitHub, and only then can any other team members start contributing. Am I right or not? So, or how about doing something as simple as signing with Facebook authentication? You can spend hours on it if you are not familiar with how authentication 2.0 works. Okay. So, in this project, actually, my primary focus was on simplicity and easy of use, actually. I also tried to make it as a generic and reusable as possible to cover most of the cases of hackathon web apps. So without being too specific. So in the worst case, you just can use this as a learning guide for your projects. If, for example, you are only interested in sign in with Google authentication and I mean to say nothing else actually. Okay. So before running, I mean, so before talking much about this application, I'm just going to show you what the main agenda of this application. Okay. So I mean to say, first I'm going to run this application so that you will get some idea what exactly this project. Okay. What exactly this project. So for that, I need to check the package.json file. Yeah. So in the package.json file, can you please observe all this one? So this is a web application, and you need to focus on all these the dependencies what I used actually, what I used. Okay. So now I'm just going to run this application. So by just open git bash here, git bash command prompt. Okay. So here we need to be run by using the command name npm. There is a command in the script actually. So see there, npm rebuild node SaaS actually, SaaS platform actually. Okay. I mean to say here you just need to type npm install. Then what happened? All these modules are going to rebuild in your project actually. So whatever the dependencies I used for our project development. All the packages, all the dependencies are added. Okay, yes, right. So now, so this one is perfect. Now what we need to do, we need to run our application by the simple command like npm start. Okay, see there, node app.js, and it shows the server is running on localhost. The port number is 8080 in development mode. Okay, so now what I need to do is I'm just trying to open browser to check the application execution. Okay, so http colon double slash localhost. What is the port number? 8080, right? Slash. See there. This is the hackathon starter with some I mean say proper divs actually. Okay. Here you can keep any headings related to your project. Okay, and here you can able to see the description. And along with this one, can you please observe here? This one is the footer part, like 2021, and you can specify the name of the company, and all rights are reserved actually. See there, here the integration, the hackathon integration. There are 5 menu buttons, I mean menu links actually. I mean to say home, API examples. I mean to say, see there, here you can able to communicate with GitHub, Twitter, Facebook, Foursquare, Instagram, okay, Last.fm, New York Times, Stream, Tweets, Stripe, PayPal, QuickBooks, Twilio, Tumbir, Web Scrapping, Log, File Upload, Pinterest, Google Maps, Here Maps, Chart.js, Google Drive, Google Sheet. I mean to say you can able to communicate with any third-party API from this application. I mean to say, for example, see there, when I click on Facebook, so before going to integrate, first of all, you need to maintain proper email ID, I mean proper account actually. I mean to say, so for login point of view also, there are a lot of facilities actually. So like sign in with Google, sign in with Facebook, and sign in with Instagram, sign in with Twitter, sign in with LinkedIn, sign in with Twitch, sign in with GitHub, sign in with Snapchat. But the only thing is actually, so to implement all this, I mean, so this is the localhost application, one sample application. If you want to communicate to this project, you need to be do some changes in your development mode actually. I mean, say the Gmail, the Google development mode, or Facebook development page, or Instagram development page. You need to be informed about this project. Otherwise, there are one more facility also there to create account here. So you just need to click on create account, and you need to specify the email ID and passwords. Okay, so I just created some password and confirm password, both must be same. So this email, sorry, I already registered with this email ID. I'm just trying to communicate with some different email ID. Okay, like so anything. Now, yeah, same ID and password. Yeah, see there. And now you are able to access actually. So this is your email ID, my account, and there is a logout button. So now here, if you want, you can upload your proper information. Like I mean, it's a profile update actually, like name. Okay, so the name is some Rafi, and mail, location Hyderabad, website name like www.mindmajix.com, and we just need to upload some profile actually. Okay, so in this way you can, if you want to change the password, you can able to change the password also. Okay, and if you don't want this account, you can able to delete your account also, or you can link your Instagram account, Google account, Facebook account, Twitter, GitHub, whatever it may be actually. Okay, so now see the profile information has been updated. Now the name is showing Rafi. You can able to log out. Now you can able to integrate with APIs any API actually. I mean to say, for example, if I'm click on Twitter, then what happened? Obviously, sorry, GitHub, then see there. Now it automatically redirected to the GitHub page. You just need to log in with, or Facebook, you just need to log in with. Okay. So, and any information you want to send it actually. So here I already kept the contact page also. Okay. But this the recapture point of it is showing some error information. Okay, for that reason, I will show you the real website of this one actually. So you can able to get all these facilities from here. So this is the email ID present we are using, API examples. So you can able to communicate with Facebook, or otherwise, I mean to say in the contact form actually. Can you please up to see that it is showing I am not a robot. Okay. So here you can able to describe the any issue in your suggestion actually. So I'm just not implementing. I'm not able to use your template properly. Some issue actually, anything. Okay. And after that, you need to click on I'm not a robot, and you just need to click on send button. Okay, see there, email has been sent successfully. I mean to say, whatever the basic requirements are there for any web application. So for any web application, basically we are going to give the registration page and login page, okay, or home page, and some third party integration. See there, like Twitter, Facebook, okay, Instagram, and QuickBooks, whatever it may be, PayPal, for example, any payment point of view. Basically, we are just going to integrate with PayPal. Okay, see there, authorized payment. So I mean to say, and contact page. These are the common things actually. So this project, you can able to use as a template for your future project implementation. Actually, here I provided all the code which are related to integration point of view, but you just need to be focused on. You need to inform about your project in the development console of every website. I mean, say if you want to communicate with Facebook or Twitter, whatever it may be. For example, if I click on Facebook.com, basically here I'm not in. I need to create one account. We already have some account. I'm just going to communicate with this one. Invalid password. See there, for forgot password point of view also I already implemented the page actually. And see there, an email has been sent to this email ID. So we just need to check that email ID, and you can able to change the password. But I'm just trying to communicate with some other email ID actually. What we just trying to, yeah, this is the email ID which is newly created email ID actually. Okay, so just the password. Okay, I'm not registered here because there I registered in the local database point of view. Okay, no issue. I'm just trying to register one more time with email ID, and the password is some password. Okay, click on sign up button. See there, successfully we created some account. So now in the API examples, when you are trying to integrate with the Facebook actually, okay, it can able to redirect it to the Facebook page, but the only problem is app not set up. This app is still in development mode and you don't have access to it. So what the thing is actually, whatever the project you are implementing, you just need to go to the Facebook development page and you need to inform about your project actually. Okay, Facebook dot developer. See the developer dot Facebook page. Here, whatever the project, whatever the application you are going to create it actually, you just need to inform it about your apps actually. Okay, see there, here I already installed some of my apps actually. In the same way, you can able to do it actually. That's what my point. Okay. So now at present, we are unable to connect with this one. So this is the basic purpose of this application. Hackathon, okay, is nothing but you can use this application to implement any application in a, I mean say, given span of time actually. At that time, this application will help you. This just like a template actually. So here every logic is there actually. I mean say integration logic as well as home page, contact page, forgot password, okay, login, log out, maintaining the session information, update, okay. So this is just like a project, but you can use this one as a template for your future project, what you are trying to implement actually, okay. So now this is the main objective of this application actually, okay. So now I'm just going to focus on what are the uses of this one. I mean say whatever the modules we used. So before the modules actually, I just want to list out the features of this one actually. There I use local authentication. I mean to say using email ID and password. And there I used O authentication 1.0 for authentication via Twitter, O authentication 2.0 authentication. The remaining one, I mean it's a Facebook, Google, GitHub, LinkedIn, Instagram, all these things. Along with this one, you can get some flash notifications. And here I implemented the entire project in MVC project structure. Okay, flash notification is nothing but this one. For example, if I updated profile, so then what happened actually? So you will get some message that is your profile is updated successfully. Or if you forget password, you are trying to reset the password, then you just need to pass email ID. When you are passing email ID, then what happened? You will get some confirmation message as a flash notification. And here, can you please observe the entire project here I implemented in the MVC architecture actually. I mean to say app.js is the main page. There I use the Docker container file. And can you please observe model folder is there, controller is there, config, which is for the authentication point of view actually. So here I just implemented the project as per the MVC project structure. Node.js cluster support actually. Okay, I mean to say in the config file actually you can able to see this information about the all the strategy. I mean say whatever the whatever you are trying to use to log in actually, like Instagram or local strategy, Facebook strategy, Snapchat strategy, Twitter strategy, all these things actually. So there you can, I'm just going to use it, all the information which is related to, I mean to say, sign in, authentication point of view actually, what my point is actually, okay. And I use some style sheet actually, SAS style sheet that is auto compiled via the middlewares actually. And I used Bootstrap 4 plus some extra themes and contact form. So that can be SendGrid with the help of SendGrid. Okay. I mean to say by using the SendGrid facility, you can able to send it to information to, I mean, you can able to integrate the contact page actually, or you can use Mandrill also actually, your wish, whatever it may be. Account management and some profile update point of view, some gravatar and profile details, and you can able to change the password facility and forgot password facility also there, and reset password facility also there. And you can use link multiple authentication strategies to one account, and there is a delete account facility, CSRF protection. I mean to say whatever I mean say when the user is trying to log in with his email ID and password, we are trying to maintain a same information keep on the multiple pages actually. And along with this one, here I implemented some API examples like Facebook, Foursquare, Last.fm, Tumblr, Twitter, Stripe, LinkedIn, and many more actually. Okay. So these are the features of my application actually. You can use it. And the prerequisites actually. What are the prerequisites for this application development? Prerequisites are MongoDB and Node.js version anything from 10 plus any version, not a problem. And you can use Windows operating system or Mac operating system, Ubuntu, Linux, whatever it may be, not a problem actually. Okay. So then what the thing is actually, you just need to try to import all this code into VS Code. Actually, the first step is you need to install all the dependencies. As I already told you, the step is you need to install it with the help of that simple command, that is npm install. So once all the dependencies are installed in your project, you need to focus on run your project with the help of either node app.js or npm start, actually, whatever it may be. Okay. So as I already told you, so you must able to interact with any APIs. You need to be focused on actually NodeMon, actually to see all the facilities of, I mean to say, watches. NodeMon, it watches actually for any changes in your Node.js application and automatically restart the server actually. Once installed, instead of node app.js, use NodeMon app.js actually. So if you want to work with NodeMon, okay. And then after that, to run your application, actually, as I already told you, you just need to type npm start command, okay. So to obtain the API keys, what you need to do is to use any of the included APIs or authentication methods. You will need to obtain appropriate credentials like client ID, client secret, API key, or username and password. Okay, you will need go through each provider to generate new credentials actually. And one more facility, reCAPTCHA actually. For reCAPTCHA point of view, we just need to visit the Google reCAPTCHA admin console, and you just need to enter your application name as the label, and there you need to choose reCAPTCHA's version 2. I'm not a robot checkbox actually. Okay. I mean to say, I'm just going to show you. So what you need to do is you just need to open Google reCAPTCHA, admin console. Yeah, there you just need to open it, google.com. Here also, what I mean to say, in the developers.com also, yeah, see there, whatever the application you are using, actually, you just need to specify your label name here. I mean to say, label is nothing but the application name actually. Label is nothing but application name. And reCAPTCHA type, you need to select version 2, reCAPTCHA 2 version 2. I am not a robot checkbox. I'm not a robot. Okay. And there any domains are there, you can try to add it, and the owners accept the reCAPTCHA terms of service. Okay, send alerts to owners, and you just need to submit actually. I mean to say, enter instead of domain, if there is no domain actually, then you can enter localhost as the domain actually. Localhost as the domain. You can have other, for example, see, I'm just trying to inform it. What is our application name actually? So our application name is Hackathon app. Hackathon app. And that is the version we need to select this radio button, reCAPTCHA version 2, and the domain is localhost. Okay, and this is the email ID. So you just need to accept the reCAPTCHA terms of service. Then after that, you just need to copy the this. I mean, so once you click on submit button, you will get, see there, this you need to copy it actually. Copy secret key as well as site key and secret key actually. So you just need to maintain these two keys. I'm just going to maintain here. This you need to copy and paste it in your any text file actually. Okay. So that's enough about the reCAPTCHA settings point of view actually. Okay. And so if you want to create, for example, as I already told you, you need to integrate with Google or Facebook or whatever it may be actually. So you need to visit the Google Cloud Console actually. So there you need to create project button. There is a project button. I mean to say, See there, I'm just trying to close this one, recap the services. So here I'm just trying to type Google Cloud Console. So we just need to visit this Google Cloud Console, and here what you need to do is you just need to create the project actually. Okay, so Google Cloud Platform. So now see the project name, place picker app, project type. This is my existed projects actually. Okay, so in the same way you need to create one more new project actually. So for that, yeah, see there, Google Cloud Platform. See there, this is the project actually. Select a project, or you can able to start the new project. Okay, you can able to start the new project. So here I'm just going to keep the name as Hackathon app. So here, so after specifying the name of the project actually, okay, so we just need to enter the project name and we just need to click on create button actually. So no need to add any members actually. Okay, fine. Yeah, then we just need to click on, okay, there is a side icon actually. So there is one more option we need to select it actually. So that is APIs, APIs and services. Otherwise, do one thing. I'm just trying to open this project Hackathon app. There you just need to click on APIs and authentication actually. I just clicked on APIs. There's no data is there. Yeah, we just need to click on API and authentication in the sidebar actually. There we just need to select the API tab. Okay, so in this API tab, okay, we just need to enable authentication, page security. We need to find out actually one option, that is the notification. Home, recent and pins, marketplace, APIs and services. Here dashboard is there, library, credentials. Okay, we'll see what happened in the dashboard actually. Yeah, enable API and services. So there are a lot of API services are there actually. Okay, so we need to Google Drive API actually. We just need to select Google Drive API, enable it. Take some time actually. Okay, see there. To use this API, you may need credentials. Click create credentials to get started. Okay. So in the same way, I need to enable one more API service. So like API service. So the service name is, we just need to enable API service, that is maps, and one more is cloud fusion, natural, Google calendar, Google API. We need to enable this one. And along with this one, actually, we need to focus on one more API also, actually, that is Google Sheet. Okay. Google API you need to enable, Google Drive we need to enable, and one more is, again, I'm going to one more API to select. API and services, click on dashboard. So there, enable APIs and services. So there one more API name, that is Google Sheet API. I'm checking for Google Drive, Blogger, Google Plus API, Process API, Custom API, Cloud. I'm just going to search it here. Sheet. Yeah, see that Google Sheet API. We just need to enable this one also. So now what we need to do is we just need to click on for every service, actually click on create credentials button, actually. Yeah, there we just need to focus on. So here we just need to select which API are you using. BigQuery. Do one thing, go to the API service and credentials. See there is an option create credentials. Okay, create credentials. So there you just need to click on create. There is API key, authentication client ID, service account, help me choose. Okay, so I just need to select. Remember to configure the authentication consent screen with information about your application. Okay, so we just need to click on create credentials, but here it shows authentication client ID. New client ID we need to capture, actually. Okay, authentication client ID, and after that configure consent screen, we need to click on this button. Okay, so we just need to select, actually, either choose how you want to configure and register your app, including your target users. You can only associate one app with your project, internal or external, actually. Okay, so only available to users within your organization or available to any test user with a Google account, actually. So I just want to give it as a internal. You are not a Google Workspace user, you can only make available external. Okay, fine. So fine, I'm just trying to create it on create button. Now we just need to pass all the details, actually, like what's your application name. So my application name is Hackathon app, and user support email ID. So I'm just passing my email ID, and after that you need to pass and you need to pass some logo, actually, if anything is there, actually. So I don't have any logo, not a problem. And app domain, okay, like application home page, application privacy policy link, application terms of service, authorized domains. There is no domains, actually. And I'm just click on save and continue. Develop the contact information point of view. I'm just passing my email ID, that is okay. Save and continue. So after this one, actually, what we need to do, See the scopes, test users, add or remove scopes. Actually, all these steps you need to complete. There are total 4 steps. Your non-sensitive scope, sensitive scope, your restricted scopes. Nothing is there. I'm just trying to click on save and continue. Yeah, see there. External app name is Hackathon app. Support email is this one. App logo is not provided. Scopes are not provided. Test users. Okay. Everything is just like this. So back to dashboard. There's the publishing status, that is publish your app, or user type is external. Add users and 5 minutes. Okay. So you can able to edit the app also actually if you want. So now we just need to get it actually the credentials, APIs and keys. No APIs to display. API key. So I'm just going to create the API keys actually. Okay. Yeah. See this. This was the API key. Okay. We just need to copy this one and get it to Google API key. You just need to paste into any notepad, okay, on your notepad actually. Okay, so after this one, we are at here actually. So close this. This is the API key. Okay, so now we just need to create about the Google console like this actually. I mean, as I already told you, if you want to interact with Google or Facebook or any application, first of all, you need to do some changes in your console piece actually. Okay, so in the Google, these are the steps actually. So the thing is actually when you're ready to deploy this application into production, so you just don't forget to add your new URL to authorize actually some JavaScript origins and authorize the redirect URL. Okay, all these things actually. In the same way, for example, if you want to communicate with Facebook actually, in the Facebook also you need to visit the Facebook developers actually. So I'm just going to give you one more application, Facebook developer. Okay. So Facebook for developers, developers.facebook.com. We just need to go there. And in the My App section, can you please check it actually? As I already told you, some of the application which already implemented as per my requirement actually. But now our requirement is different actually. What we need to do, we need to add a new app actually. So for that, we just need to click on add a new app actually. Okay. Then after that, you just need to click on either your app is business purpose, workspace, consumer, or instant gaming, none. Okay. So I'm just click on and continue. So app display name. I'm just going to pass my application name, that is Hackathon app. Okay. So just create one simple app actually. Okay. So the password we need to pass actually. Click on submit. So now what we need to do is once the app ID is created actually, so there you need to find out one option, that is Facebook login. Okay, so you just need to click on this one. I mean, we just need to click on setup Facebook login. So there in the Facebook login page, so you just need to select our web application actually, site URL, like local host colon 8080 and save it and continue. See that this you need to copy actually all your app IDs. I mean to say when you are trying to communicate this one actually you need to fulfill app ID Facebook. Okay, version. So I need to get it every information actually. App review. So we just need to create some credentials in Facebook login page actually. Instead of that, actually, we just need to click on the, this is the quick start actually, how you are going to work with on your application actually. At present, we are already at Hackathon. So here I'm just going to work on the settings actually, settings. So in the settings, okay, you need to copy and paste. So this is our application actually. You need to find out your application name, that is Hackathon app, view details. See that this is your app ID. Okay. So what you need to do is you just need to copy this app ID. Okay, you need to copy this app ID. So see there, I'm just going to copy this app ID, and you need to better to maintain in a page like Facebook app ID. So why I'm just trying to copy all this information actually? Because all this information, the secret key information or development console related information you need to mention in our page. I need to say the page name is actually, see there, this is our project actually. So I just need to close this app.js actually. So where is our project name? Yeah, this is our project name. So here actually we need to maintain all the environment related details actually. I mean to say, can you please observe here actually, like environment dot example actually. So these are the information like site contact, email, MongoDB URI, base URI, okay. And so what is your Facebook ID actually? See there. So there you need to pass your Facebook ID here actually. So instead of, if you want to communicate with Facebook ID, you need to remove this one and paste your Facebook ID actually. Okay, Facebook ID. And after that, actually, you need to be app ID. You need to paste there actually, and Facebook secret also actually, both in the environment file you need to set up actually. Okay. So now I'm just going to open here. So this is the app ID you already copied there. After this one, actually, what you need to do after copying the Facebook ID and Facebook secret key, there you need to in the app domains actually. I mean, so I already inserted app domains that information actually, even though I'm just trying to open it in Facebook login page, settings, quick start. So here you just need to specify the URL information is not required actually, even though I'm just going to pass it, view details. You need to select the development settings, basic and advanced. This is the app ID, and see that this is the app secret actually. So you just need to maintain the secret, okay. So that is our Hackathon app actually. There you need to select the category actually, okay. Choose the category. So this is just for I mean education point of view actually. I'm just go and click on the save changes. After that, you need to select verification website, add platform actually. So there I added HTTP localhost 8080 slash actually, okay, 8080, and after that you need to click on add platform. So in the platform, you just need to after entering the site URL actually, you need to select Windows. You need to pass this information actually. Those two are enough actually, but more authentication is required. Just save this one actually, the new changes actually, okay. Oh, these are required. Windows Phone Store EID, add platform, cancel it, Discord, and just click on These are enough actually. App ID and app secret is enough. Save changes. After that, what you need to do is actually you just go and select actually settings tab. So in the settings tab, the basic, again you need to select the Facebook login. So these are the proper credentials actually. So here, site URL, every information. After that, app review, permissions and features. What the thing is, you need to enter one URL actually. So in the basic privacy policy URL, as well as contact email, education, purpose, verification, and name, email, address. Okay, and apt site URL. So here in the platform, select why is the website actually showing Windows. Oh, sorry. Here the problem is actually once we are clicking on this one, Windows, and Discord, go the space, site URL. You need to pass website information actually. Start verification, show address, secret address, city, United States, website. Yeah, see there is option actually website. Okay, so here instead of this URL actually the site URL, I'm just trying to pass it as 8080 slash authentication slash Facebook slash callback. Yeah, this is the site you need to mention in the website actually. That is http colon double slash localhost 8080 slash authentication Facebook slash callback. So here this is the valid authentication redirected URL actually. Okay, so now you just need to save the changes. Okay, so I'm unable to see this. To show this information to you actually. So you can maintain anything, and as I already told you, you need to maintain in the project page actually. So that is into environment page actually. So see this Facebook ID and Facebook secret. Here you need to copy paste actually the Facebook secret information. Okay. So you after successful sign in with the Facebook, actually a user will be automatically redirected back to the home page with actually appended hash values actually in the URL actually. Okay, but don't feel that it is a bug actually. Okay, so this is the way to create proper account information actually, either in Gmail or Facebook actually. So not only for this one actually, say for anything actually, either it may be GitHub also, you need to open the GitHub developer console actually. There also you need to maintain the proper, you need to specify authorization callback URL, and you need to specify the application URL and home page URL, and you need to copy all those details and to paste into here. See there, here also GitHub ID is there, GitHub secret is there actually. See there, GitHub ID, GitHub secret. Whatever actually. So your requirement is only Facebook, then you can maintain only Facebook information or Instagram, Snapchat, whatever it may be. For every website, there is a developer console actually. Okay. So there is a developer console. You need to focus on that one actually. Okay. So here I provided you a lot of APIs integration actually. I need to say, see there in the API examples, you can able to integrate with anything. I mean to say, see there GitHub, Twitter, Facebook, Foursquare, Instagram, okay, Twitch stream, New York Times, Spice, PayPal, all these stuff. Okay, I mean to say, as per this video tutorial, actually, I just focused on only the development console, actually, the project structure and how to create the account. I mean to say, the settings, the proper settings, we need to change it into the development console, actually. Okay, I hope these are enough for this session. So in the next video tutorial, I will focus on the how to implement the code
Exactly. Okay. I'm going to talk about how to implement a simple hackathon app using Express.js. We already discussed about this application implementation, but there we focused on the skeleton of the application, and along with that, how to run that application and how to create your own credentials in your, any web application developer console action. To say, for example, if you want to communicate with Facebook application, then what are the changes required in Facebook development console? If you want to communicate with Gmail or Google, what are the changes or required in the developer console? In the same way, there are different web application. To say by the Twitter, SendGrid, as well as GitHub, all the web applications. Okay. Yeah. So today I'm going to talk about so what are the required packages to implement this application. Before that, I'm just going to run this application. Okay. So for that, we just need to open. So this application is located in Express.js app. The application name is Hackathon app. Okay. So see there. The first statement is you need to install all the modules in your application actually by using the command name npm install actually. Okay, npm install. So it is going to install all the modules into your application. So once the, to say actually I no need to run this command because I already installed all the packages, all the dependencies which are required for our application development actually. Okay. So I'm just going to run the application directly with the simple command that is npm start. Yeah, see there. Now the server is running on port number 3000. So we just need to open the browser. See there, 8080 is the local host, 8080. So what we need to do is we just need to open the browser to run our application. So local host and the port number is 8080 slash. Yeah, this is our home page of our application. Here I already created one account with my name. Okay, and as I already told you, what the main agenda of this application actually. The main objective of this application is which will help you to implement the application with very simple span of time actually, because all the facilities are there in my application. Here you can able to integrate. You can use this template in your application in your project, and you can able to integrate with anything to say any API. To say GitHub, Twitter, Facebook, Foursquare, Instagram, okay, Twitch, Stream, Skype, PayPal, okay, all these things. I already implemented the code that how we need to integrate with every web application. There's a third party. Okay, from our application, we are going to interact with this one actually. Okay. So to say what the required modules we used in this project development. We need to focus on that part actually. Okay. So those all the modules are available in the package.json. Okay, package.json. So in the package.json, these are the dependencies what I used actually. So that is font awesome free. Okay, these are something font awesome as well as bootstrap social. All these are and one more thing is AutoKit slash REST. These are the modules which will help you in terms of implementing some templates, actually bootstrap templates. We can able to work with some bootstrap classes actually, the bootstrap predefined classes. Okay, and one more module is actually bcrypt module, Axios module. So the main agenda of this Axios module is if you want to integrate with any third party service, that can be possible with the help of Axios. So Axios is the module which will help you to communicate with any third party service by just specifying that URL. Okay. And one more module is bcrypt module. The purpose of bcrypt module is,
So this one is the library for hashing and salting user password. I mean to say, as I already told you one point, that is when the user is trying to create own account by passing username and password, we are not going to store the password directly into our database. Instead of the password, direct password, we are trying to generate some salt actually. So then what happened? So the password can be converted into encrypted type with some random I mean to say values. And one more required module is bcrypt. Sorry, bcrypt, as we already discussed about this one, bcrypt module. And one more is body parser module. What is the use of this one? So as I already told you, body parser module will help you parsing the middleware. I mean to say, whenever you are sending the information along with the request, to capture the request body information, to passing the request body information, basically we are using body parser module. And one more module is bootstrap module. As I already told you, to work with the all the predefined classes of bootstrap framework, we need to install bootstrap module. And one more module is chart module actually. The main agenda of chart module is, which is used as a terminal string styling can be done right actually. I mean to say, along with the bootstrap module, if you want to focus on some other part of terminals, the string styling, for that basically we are going to work with the chart module. And one more module is Cheerio module. The main agenda of this module is script web pages using jQuery style syntax actually. Okay. And one more module is compression module, so that Node.js can go and compression middleware actually. And connect Mongo module. Okay, so this module will help you MongoDB session store for expression. Okay, session store for expression. And after that, .env module. So that can loads environment variables from the .env file actually. So see there, here we already we are going to maintain one simple environment file. See there, .environment.example. There we are going to provide the secret key, say ID and the secret key of every web application actually. So if you want to integrate with those applications. And one more module is error handler, which will help you to support some error handling middleware. Basically, we are going to provide two kinds of, basically we are writing two kinds of status codes there. One is 404 error, which is if the resource is not available, and 500 error if any problem at the server side actually. Okay, to represent those middlewares properly, we are going to use the error handler middleware. And one more middleware is, okay, Express module. As I already told you, Express module main agenda is to implement the web application with simple libraries actually. Okay, and one more is Express Flash. So the main agenda of Express Flash, as I already told you, that can be used to provide Flash messages for Express. For example, if the user registered successfully, you need to get some message that is your created account in our website, or you are registered successfully, you will get some message, flash message. Or if you're trying to send some message to contact, admin, at that time you'll get some confirmation message that is your email sent successfully. Or your password, forget password point of, if you're trying to get the reset email link, at that time you'll get some message that is password link has been sent to your email ID. So to generate that kind of flash messages in your application, basically we are going to work with Express Flash module. And Express handlebars. Express handlebars main purpose is, it's a template engine which will help you to design your page. To design your page, we are using this one as a view component. So in this application, I used Express handlebar as the view component. As you already told you, when we are working on Express handlebar, any template engine, we can use, I mean to say EJS template engine or Pug template engine, etc., etc. Okay. But here, along with this one, can you please check the views folder? Yeah. See the views. Here, I mean to say I implemented with the template engine Pug actually instead of the handlebars. Okay. So what my intention is, instead of handlebars, we use the Pug template engine. Both are the template engines which will help you to design your page. Okay. And one more module is Express session, which will help you, the Express session module, to maintain your session information properly when you are moving from one page to another page in a web application. I mean to say, for example, in our web application, we have a lot of routes actually, right? For example, we have the home page, API examples, contact, or in case if you're logged out actually, you can able to log in again. You need to create account. So when you are moving from one information, I mean one page to another page, for example, after login, to maintain your information properly, basically we are using one more module. The module name is Express Session. Express Session. And after that, one more module is Google APIs. So if you want to integrate with Google APIs, so as I already told you how to create client ID and how to keep our project name in Google Developer Console. So to interact with the Google API, you need to be installed, or you need to take the support of one more dependency. The dependency name is Google API. In the same way, if you want to communicate with Instagram, then also you need to import one more. I mean, you need to download one more dependency. The dependency name is Instagram Node. In the same way, if you want to work with the jQuery functionalities, you need to be work with one more module, that is jQuery module. In the same way, if you want to communicate with last FM website, actually you need to be download one more access module, that is last FM module. I mean, say last FM API library. In the same way, lob also, if you want to communicate with lob, then you need to download lob API library also, and Lodash. So this one is very important actually. Lodash can be work as a utility library for working with arrays, numbers, objects, strings. Okay, to work with all these functionalities, we need to work with. I mean, we need to import Lodash module. In the same way, Luska, so that can be help you for the CSRF middleware actually. Okay, and one more is mail checker. So it is verifies that an email address is valid and not a disposable address actually. And Mocha, that can be used for testing framework. Okay, Moment. One more module is Moment, that can be help you to pass, validate, compute dates and times. And one more module is Mongoose, that can be help you to work with MongoDB ODM framework. And one more module is Morgan. So Morgan module will help you to send HTTP request logger middleware for Node.js applications. And one more module is Multer. So Node.js middleware for handling multi-part object form data. I mean to say encrypted data. I mean to say encrypted information is there. Basically, we are going to work with Multer module. And one more is, after the Multer, Node QuickBooks. Okay, Node QuickBooks. So QuickBooks API library, to work with QuickBooks API library. After that, Node SASS, Node SAS. So Node SAS library will help you to bindings to lib SAS actually. And Node SAS, and one more module is Node SAS middleware. So which is used to work with SASS middleware, SAS middleware compiler, and one more middleware is Node mailer. That is will help you Node.js library for sending emails, and one more is Node mailer SendGrid. So for sending the email properly, basically we are going to work with the SendGrid website actually. So for to interact with the SendGrid, you need to be take the support of Node SendGrid, Node Mailer SendGrid, and one more is Passport module. So this module will simple and elegant authentication library for Node.js, Passport Facebook, sign in with Facebook plugin, Passport GitHub, sign in with GitHub plugin, Passport Google authentication, sign in with Google plugin, Passport Instagram, sign in with Instagram plugin, Passport LinkedIn authentication tool, which is used to sign in with LinkedIn plugin, Passport Local, which will help you to sign in with username and password plugin. Passport Local is nothing but, as I already showed you, actually there are multiple ways in our web application. I mean to say you can able to create your own account, or you can able to log in with your Google ID or Facebook or Instagram, okay, or Snapchat, whatever it may be. Okay. So these two facilities are there. Passport Local is nothing but which will help you to create your own account and password. Okay. And after that, one more required module is after the Passport Local, there is one more dependency, that is Passport authentication. So allows you to set up your own authentication 1.0a and authentication 2.0 strategies. Passport authentication to refresh. A library to refresh authentication 2.0 access tokens using refresh tokens actually. And one more dependency is Passport OpenID, so which will help you to sign in with OpenID plugin. This one, I meant to say Passport OpenID. And one more is Passport Snapchat. Okay, so sign in with Snapchat plugin. And Passport Twitch New, so which will help you to sign in with Twitch plugin. Passport Twitter, which will help you to sign in with Twitch plugin, and Twitter can be used to sign in with Twitter plugin. PayPal REST SDK, which will help you to communicate PayPal APIs library, and popper.js, it's a file name actually, popper.js, which will help you to communicate with the supported JS files actually. And Pug, as I already told you, the template engine name is Pug template engine, which will help you to implement the Vue components. And one more required module is Stripe module. So Stripe also one kind of third party official website, which will help you to official Stripe API library. And one more is Tumblr.js, which will also help you to work with Tumblr API library. Twilio, which will help you to communicate with Twilio API library. Twitter Lite, which will help you to communicate with Twitter API library. Validator, a library of storing validators and sanitizers. These are the required dependencies for our application development, and we need to use the things are, the useful resources for our application development are, we need to be implement the JavaScripting, the database of JavaScript library, JS receipts, JavaScript tutorials for backend and front-end development point of view, and HTML to PUT converter. HTML to PUT converter is a basically free online converter helping you to convert HTML files to puck syntax in real time. JavaScript OVO, a directory of JavaScript libraries with examples of CDN links, statistics, and videos. Favicon generator, so it's a generator favicons for PC, Android mobile or iOS app or Windows 8. Okay, all these things. So now, what the I mean to say the application point of view, I'm just going to focus on one by one part. So what we implemented in every file. Okay, the first one is the very first one. Package.json, it contains all the information of the dependencies, as you know that one. So come from the first module, I mean first folder, that is config folder actually. See there, config. Yeah, see there, config. And here in this config, it contains only one file, that is passport.js. Okay, passport.js. As I already told you, the main agenda of passport, which will support as local and authentication strategies, plus in login middleware actually. I mean to say, in the passport.use, if you want to communicate with anything actually, I mean say either local username by just creating your own username and password, or you can able to communicate with different strategies. I mean to say Instagram or Facebook strategy or snapshot strategy, Twitter strategy. See this. First, you need to import the passport module, refresh. So passport authentication refresh, and Axios module will help you to capture to work with the strategies. So here the different strategies like Instagram strategy, local strategy, Facebook strategy, Snapchat strategy, Twitter strategy, Twitch strategy, GitHub strategy, Google strategy, LinkedIn strategy, OpenID strategy, authentication strategy, authentication 2 strategy, and you need to be work with the underscore module, let me say Lodash module. This is the underscore, we can represent it as underscore, which will help you to work with arrays, strings with some object types actually, and moment, which will help you to work with the date and time properly, and user module, whatever the information you are going to store it, basically that we are going to store it to the database, which we designed the model part as user schema. So passport dot serialize user, so user done, so then the done method will going to execute with user ID. Passport dot deserialize user, we are trying to capture the information. Serializer user is nothing but we are trying to store information. Deserializer is nothing but we are trying to get the information with the help of one method, find by ID. I mean to check whether the user is already there or not. So passport dot use of, in the new local strategy point of view, we just need to pass username, feed, email. So there you need to pass email, password, and one middleware, that is done. So user dot find one email. So in the email dot to lowercase, in case if it is there actually any error, it will focus on the error. Or if it is not is the user, then it simply says that the email is not found. So in case the password is wrong, your account was registered using a sign-in provider to enable password login. So first we need to sign in using a provider and then get a password under your user profile. So user dot compare password actually, if the user password and confirm password, both the things, then we need to check with that one. If it is match, okay, we need to return done. If it is done, we just need to, if it is not done actually, we need to show some invalid email and password. And this is the strategy to communicate with Snapchat strategy. There you need to pass client ID and client secret, callback URL, profile fields, and scope user.display underscore name and user bitmoji.avatar, passport to callback true, and you need to pass the information like request, access token, refresh token, profile, and one middleware done actually. Request.user, then it's just checking the existed user, that is there is already a snapshot account that belongs to you, or in case the new one you are just going to insert it actually, I mean to say you need to push it actually, the information snapshot account has been linked actually. In the same way, it can shows the remaining strategies also. I mean, it's a Facebook strategy, all these things. So for this, actually, can you please observe here that is the model part is already implemented. I mean, the schema part. Can you please observe this one is the schema as bcrypt module is used to generate some salt password actually crypto mongoose module. In the user schema, can you please observe we pass email, password reset token, password reset expires, email verification token, email verified, Snapchat, Facebook, Twitter, Google, GitHub, LinkedIn. And after that, once all the information is into, we are getting the information into profile type, name, gender, location, and website and picture. So timestamp is by default true. And use the schema.pre-save method. Okay, so we are just going to check it if the user can able to modify the password. Okay, by generating some salt. Okay, and we are just going to compare the password with the existing one along with the gravatar also. Okay, then in that case it just go, I mean, this is the basic scheme of user actually. Okay, and the next one is after this one, after config passport.js in the config folder. Next one is I'm going to focus on the next folder name is that is controller. What is the purpose of this controller? See that this controller contain mainly API.js and contact.js, home.js, and for every routing information there is a separate controller. I mean to say API.js. So this API.js controller for slash API root and all API examples actually. I mean, so whatever it may be, you are going to communicate with slash API slash Facebook or Twitter, Snapchat, whatever it may be actually. Okay, you need to import the required modules for this one, and you can able to communicate with access.get of, see there, like anything like Foursquare, okay, or Tumblr, or otherwise here I'm just going to communicate with Facebook for every API. I mean to say Snapchat and QuickBooks, all these things actually. Okay. And along with this controller, one more controller also there for the contact page. For the contact.js actually, we can able to pass the information like what the information is trying to send it actually. I mean to say we need to get your name and enter a valid email address, and after that we need to enter some information related to message actually. Okay, so after that we need to click on submit button. Then what happened based on the, I mean it can send it to the email ID. Okay, and one more is home.js page. So this home.js page controller for home pages index. I mean to say, can you please check it? Exports.index request comma response.render of home title is home. I mean to say response.render of home is nothing but what happened directly. It can be redirected to the view component actually. I mean to say because in the view component, as I already told you, by using pug template engine, we implemented some information related to UI components. I mean, it's a view component. So can you please check it? Home.pug actually. It just displays this information that is view details with every header actually with the first one with the title. Okay. And along with, can you please observe? This is the home page actually. I mean to say, yeah, see this one. So this is the home page which will come. But this home page, can you please observe, it comes along with the headers as well as it comes along with the footer information also. As I already told you, so if you want to maintain this header and footer information, as I already told you, here we need to use the name extends layout actually. Okay, extends layout. So the layout is in there. So this one actually, it is going to, I mean to say we can use one pug page into another pug page with the help of extends or extends keyword actually. Okay. So by using this facility, we can able to see the information of home page actually with the proper header as well as the footer information also. Can you please check it in the partials? Actually, we kept class.pug as well as footer.pug as well as header.pug. Okay. So this every information is into every page. I mean to say at home dot this page. Can you please observe at the layout? After adding this extends layout in the blog content, I'm just trying to add this. I mean, so all these are the information which are related to home page along with the header and footer content actually. Okay, and after this one, there is one more page. So that is in the controller. We are talking about controller. So in the contact dot sorry users.js. So this is will just send the information. I mean information related to the user point of view. That is node mailer actually. We are trying to send it to the send grid actually. Okay. Once the user is communicated proper information, we are going to maintain by just maintaining the information of user account here. Okay. That is I mean to say just like this actually. So here in this page we are going to mention. So after this one, there are different rules. I mean to say from exports dot get login as well as post login. Okay. So once the user is trying to log in, actually, what happened at that time? Once the user is registered, he can able to log in with that account. Then he can be redirected to the login page. This login page is the view component. Actually, I'm going to say, can you please observe here? So home dot layout. Okay. Response dot sorry redirected to the root page account. See there, login.pug is the view page. So here we just keep the page like this actually along with the login page. I mean say by using username and password information, we are the user can able to communicate. The user can able to log in with the multiple facilities, right? I mean to say either for example, see, when I click on login, see that this is the page actually, which is implemented by the this one, this page, which will be implemented by login.py template with the email as well as password as well as login button, forgot password, and you can able to communicate with sign in Google, Facebook, Snapchat, GitHub, etc. Okay, can you please check the code actually? So I mean, so there here I provided each and every information like email ID, email, it's a text box, password is a text box, and submit is the button, and forgot password is the link. And after that, the user can able to authenticate through Google or Facebook or Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, Twitch, GitHub, Snapchat. Okay, all the facilities are there. So in case a post login point of view, I mean to say, can you please check it in the user.js? This is about login page. Otherwise, once the user is logged in, then what happened actually? In the user.js page, oh, it's a schema actually. It's a model path. So we need to focus on the controller, that is login page. So see there, this is the post login actually. So once the post login, please enter a valid email address and password cannot be blocked. So their login information in case any error actually. So for authentication, once you are successfully logged in actually, we can get that session information of the user. Okay. And in case any error actually, I mean to say once the user is logged in and click on the logout button, then the user is going to log out from there actually. Okay, and there is an option create account, sign up, and account you can able to change your profile also. I mean say account management. See that the email access you are entered is already associated with the account. Profile information has been updated. Okay, so password must be at least, I mean some hints actually to generate the password point of view. Post update password if you want to change the password. I think I mean the thing is actually we given lot of things after. I mean, so for example, if the user is logged in with his email and password, I mean, so for example, here I'm trying to communicate with user, I mean credentials. Okay, so invalid email or password. No issue. I'm just trying to communicate with other email ID. This is my email ID and the password is something. Yeah, this the thing actually. Can you please observe? When I'm trying to communicate with my own username, can you please observe how many things are there in my account? This profile information updation point of view, email name, gender, location, website, gravatar, and there is one more option: change password and delete account, as well as linked account. All the information are available actually. Okay, in the users controller piece. And I hope there are different controllers actually. I mean to say API point of view, as well as content point of view, home, as well as user controller point of view. Okay. And along with this one, actually, we need to focus on one more folder, that is public folder. So what is the benefit of this one? So this public folder, which contains some static assets like fonts, CSS, JS, image files, etc. I mean to say, for example, see that the CSS what we are using here, the themes, main.css and main.css and SCSS, both the things actually are available. Like here I provided all the information related to CSS point of view, like body, HR, and heading tags and paragraph tags, abbreviations, okay, address, okay, an order list DL with some specific properties actually, okay. And in the same way, we have some JS files also actually. See there, libraries, main.js, and some image like this one. When the user log in, actually, basically, we'll get this image here. Okay. I mean, just along with this one, can you please focus on this main.js file actually? I mean, the library is what we are going to use for our application development actually. Okay. So these are the files we need to keep it into the asset, fixed assets actually. And it's a common assets which are required for our project development. And along with this one, actually, I mean to say, I mean here in the CSS file, I forgot to talk about what is SCSS actually. So the main style sheet for your app actually. This is the main application, main style sheet. Main.css as well as main.scss, that is in the folder name, okay. And in the public JS space, the library is there. Yeah, main.js is the main file, okay. Only one file, one JavaScript file is there. And along with this CSS information, actually, we have some JS, CSS themes. Here, what my intention is, some default themes also there. Actually, the default folder, that is default.scss and variables.scss. Okay. So this default.scss, which will help you to some bootstrap overrides to make it look prettier actually. Okay. And one more is views folder. Actually, we already talked about this one. In the views folder, first of all, we just need to focus on this, the partial and API, and this one is account. See there. And after that, some other pages were there actually. I mean, say the first thing is view/account. So in the account page, like for forgot password, I mean, the user click on forgot password, how the window look like actually. I mean, how the page is look like. We design here in the forgot password page, and along with here, one more page is actually the main agenda of this template for login and forgot password, I mean password reset point of view, and sign up, as well as profile update point of view. I mean, so this is the login dot part. When the user is trying to log in, actually, I mean, with his own username and password or some other facilities. Okay. In the same way, profile page. I'm saying the user trying to click on the profile update point of view. So there you need to pass the every information like radio button, gender, as well as location, website, okay, profile, and password reset point of view, account deletion point of view, and linked account point of view. All these things we need to design the page like this. And forget password reset point of view. So this is the web page actually. There we need to provide the password and the confirm password actually. And sign up point of view, there we need to pass user email ID, password, and confirm password, and there is a button, submit button actually. So these are the things basically which are available in account page actually. Okay. And in the same way, in the views API also there actually, as I already told you, APIs or which is used to integrate with third-party APIs actually. I mean, it's a templates which are the templates for API examples actually. I mean, say here, see there you can able to communicate with chart.pub, Facebook, Foursquare, GitHub, Google Drive. I mean, so see the chart.pub. So what happened here? So it's looking and so that can be into our I mean to say, for example, here I'm just trying to communicate with API examples and Foursquare. Okay, so what happened here? That is redirected to that page or not? I mean, say, is this the callback or not? Callback method like Foursquare.com, more authentication to authorize the response type with some code. Okay, redirected URI. This is the page which we need to integrate actually. And so this page we need to get it through our bug page. Okay, so this is the I mean to say Foursquare.pub. Can you please check it actually? Foursquare API, and this is somewhat little bit information about the Foursquare actually with name, location, category, check-ins. But for that you just need to interact with the application actually, but just log into that one in the Foursquare. So the hackathon started public app website. We need to give all these details actually. And along with this one, APIs, there are some other pages actually. So we need to focus on that. So those are along with the API. So there is the partials actually. As I already told you, partials or which is the common pages, common like flash.pub or footer page, header page, all this information. Okay. Along with this one, it contains the the flash page. I already told you about the information which is generated automatically by clicking on the buttons actually, like some just like some focus information actually. Okay. So see there, this is the bug page, and footer.pub, it contains just the copyright information actually. I mean to say at the rate of copyright. Okay, all rights are reserved. Okay, at the rate 221 company, NC all rights are reserved actually. So if any issues, you can able to overcoming the GitHub. Okay, and along with this one actually one more is header.pub actually. So what is the main of header.pub? So that is navbar, which is in a partial template actually. So navbar is nothing but this one actually. I mean, so with some links like in home, API examples, contact, and login, create account, etc. Okay. Flash message is used for error information and success flash notification, etc. And header information which will help you in the navbar partial template pointer. And as I already told you, the footer information is this one actually. Copyrights reserved. Okay. So this is about footer pointer. And in the same way, in the same views page actually, along with the partial, there is a one more page is there, that is layout actually. How our layout is look like actually. See that? So here, so the layout is with some JS libraries actually, like jQuery, Mind.js, Popper Mind.js, Bootstrap. These are the files actually, which are the predefined actually, I mean to say. So there we added header part and this a container and the footer part. Okay, there we are working with the some third-party JS files actually. So like jQuery, Min.js, we just need to add all these things into our layout file. And along with this one, there is a one more page, that is home page. So as I already told you, the home page which will show the information along with some description heading as well as some description. See the column MD6. This is the information in the home page. This one is heading and this description and the view details button actually. So this home page will represent about all the design about the home page actually. And after this one, ready to minimize this views part. And after that, I'm just going to focus on Docker ignore. So in the Docker ignore, so which is I'm just going to keep only node modules. So that is the folder and files ignored by Docker usage pointer. Okay. And after the .env example, so the main agenda of .env.example file is which will be used to specify all your third party API IDs, app ID, as well as secret key, all the information we need to get it into, I mean, we need to keep it into this environment example file, and we need to get this one as per our requirement actually. For example, if you are interacting with the Facebook, then you need to work with Facebook ID as well as Facebook secret. Okay, those we need to keep it into your application actually, by just informing all these things about our application into your Facebook developer console actually. Then only our application will recognize those things actually, because it's in general development point of view actually, right? So local host, so at that time you need to inform about this phase or this project into the developer console. And your so this environment file contains your API keys, tokens information, passwords, and database URI information. Okay, and one more is ESLint RC. So what is this ESLint? So that is for, those are the rules actually, rules for ESLint linter. We call it as ESLint linter, which will help you to read the error information in a proper way actually. Okay, and after that, dot git ignore is not required actually. I'm not going to keep it into any git environment actually. And along with this one, there is some YML file actually. So that is also used for configuration files for continuous integration actually. So if anything changes point of view. Okay, and app.js file. So in the app.js file, this is the main application for our project actually. So can you please observe here that we are used all the modules here like express, compression, session, body parser, logger, chart, error handler, Lusca, dot environment, Mongoose store, Flash, Path, Mongoose, Passport, SAS, Malta. Okay. So here, after importing all this module, so we need to be import every, I mean, so see there is a folder name uploads actually, what are the images or something you uploaded for your profile changing point of view, that can be stored here actually. Okay, and dot environment dot config path is dot env dot example. I mean, say here our everything can be recognized in the dot env example file, either any information about your Mongo URI, tokens, password related information, secret key, everything is into .env file. We need to capture like this with the help of .env module, .env.config of path, .env example, and constant. These are the root information like home controller and user controller, API controller, contact controller. Then what happened? So that can be directly go and communicate with the controller page actually, like home, for home page, home controller, user, API, contact actually, and passport config. So there is a some API keys and password configuration in the config slash passport.js file, and we are just created one object for our express. That object name is app. And now what we need to do, we need to communicate with the MongoDB by just specifying use unified, so use find and modify is false, use create index is true, use new URL parser is true, use unified technology is true, and mongoose dot connect of process dot environment dot MongoDB URI, and mongoose dot connection dot on. Okay, and here MongoDB connection error. So if any error in that case when you are running with communicating with the MongoDB. So see there process.environment.mongodb URI. So what you need to do is actually in the environment file, whatever the MongoDB you are communicating, either local or I mean to say, see there MongoDB URI. I just created the database name as test database actually. So if you don't want to this one, you can able to change it that one also. That is your wish actually. Okay. And along with this information, so we need to pass some express configuration. I mean to say like app.set of host. So our project is running on the default port number OpenShift Node.js IP. Okay, so that we already kept into OpenShift Node.js IP related to the host information actually, and port number at 080, and views path.join, so that the folder, I mean the components, all the views components are available in views folder, and compression, so SAS, and logger module, body parser. These are the middlewares actually. I've got use of logger, body parser, URL encoded, session, resave, save uninitialized, secret, cookie, okay, store information, and some other middlewares are password.initialize, passport.session, so flash, and all this information which is about the some secret information. Okay, these are some other middlewares actually. So like you are when you are trying to communicate with either login or sign up or some path information and account information, and you need to communicate with some third party libraries, JS library, that is chat.js, popper.js, bootstrap.js, jQuery, okay, font awesome, and these are the routing information, like where exactly we are going to route. If I calling app.getup slash, then what happened, our page will be redirected to home controller in that index page actually, and slash login user controller get login, slash login user controller, I mean say this is the get method and this is the post method. So login, when you are trying to come in, I mean trying to log in with some username and password, actually what happened in for getting login point of view, and user control point of view. So get login is nothing but just open the page of login page. Post is nothing but when we are trying to communicate with the proper username and password. So the related logic we are going to keep it into post login page, and the logout also actually, so which is used to come out of the application. Forgot password, for that you need to be redirected to user controller that get forgot password. Post methodology was there, and reset token. So here user controller get reset, and post reset and forget the, I mean change the password point of view, and sign up point of view, you can able to create his own account by just get sign up as well as post sign up, and contact point of view, get contact as well as post contact also, and verifying the account point of view, passport config is authenticated, user controller dot get verified email token, okay, at the same time password dot is authenticated, and profile information point of view, passport config dot is authenticated, post update profile and post update password, and if you want to delete it, you can able to delete it actually, and the provider along with the third party provider information, get authentication unlink, okay, and slash API, if you are trying to communicate with different API slash last FM, NYT, Streams, Stripe, as well as scrapping, Twilio. For every API point of view, there are basically two methods. One is get, and other one logic is the post one actually. Tumblr, Facebook, GitHub, okay, Twitter, PayPal, Love, Upload, okay, Pinterest, Here Maps, Google Maps, Drive, Chart.js, all these things. And along with this one, actually, for authentication point of view, app.getOff authentication, Instagram. Then the password is going to communicate with the Instagram. Scope is basic, public content. And the authentication callback method is this one, authentication Instagram callback. So this you need to keep it into the URI of development console. And this is the if in case any failure redirection, it's obviously into the login page only. Otherwise, some other, I mean, say password authenticator, Snapchat, Facebook, GitHub. For everything, we need to follow the same scenario actually. Okay, there are multiple routes actually. Foursquare, Tumblr, all these things. Okay, so in case when you are trying to communication, if there is any error actually, we are just going to use shows that error information with the error handler. Okay, error handler middleware, it shows simply server error, and if the server is going to communicate with the port number app.listen of app.getup port number, so it shows the simple message that is the app is running on port number http localhost 8080 port number. Okay, and so if you want to exit from the application, you just need to simply press Control C actually, so it just gives some information how to come back from the application actually. Okay, so this is the main file actually. I mean to say app.js file. Okay, and as usual, you know that Docker, Compress, YML, so which are related to Mongo, I mean Docker image, Docker container point of view. And this is the Docker file actually. So like we need to make a directory, starter, node environment, development, package.json, copy, npm install production, okay, starter, okay. We already discussed about the Docker image also at the Node.js tutorials also, and the package.json as which contains the information about npm dependencies actually. And as usual, package.log.json is created automatically. Okay, so that is contains exact versions actually, uh, exact versions of npm dependencies in package.json actually. Okay, so there is no preferences how you name or structure your views. You could place all your templates in a top level views directory without having a nested folder structure. If that makes things easier for you, so that's the reason actually. We just need to keep it everywhere actually. That is extends layout actually. Okay, and if you want to communicate to any pages, basically we are just going to call with response dot render path render method in the controllers actually. Okay, so these are the things we used in our application development actually. Okay, so along with this one actually, yeah, I mean, so these are enough actually. So here I'm just going to share the code also. You can able to get more information by using this code also actually. Okay.